Good morning, Butterscotch. Good to see you. Long time no see. It's been a minute. Hope life is treating you well. Good morning, Amanian. Good to see you. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope life is treating you kindly. Excuse me. All right. What are we doing today? Let's see. We are working on building a personal finance app to help me replace YNAB and save me $15 a month. Plus, who doesn't enjoy building your own software? Oh no, you got ads? Uh-oh. No worries at all, Butterscotch. I hope university's going well. Hope school's going well. Hope it's not too busy, you know? I mean, it's supposed to be busy, but hopefully it's not overwhelmingly busy. Is Butterscotch? Yeah, Butterscotch is on Twitch, Artwork Studios. I'm lucky not to get ad in Twitch. Yeah, I hear Twitch is pretty bad about the ads. I appreciate you guys putting up with the ads, though. If you are a subscriber to Twitch, you don't get ads. If you're a subscriber to my channel on Twitch, you won't get ads, I believe. I believe I have it set up correctly to work that way. I just realized I haven't updated my members list in a little while. Probably should do that. Good morning, Almighty. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to go to my members list. Excuse me. What are you working upon? I am working on I'm working on a personal finance app. And today I'm going to work on try to do two things today. Today I'm going to try to work on implementing the create token endpoint, which is a specific endpoint that I have to make available to my front end so that it can request basically it's a token that you request from the Plaid API, which is Plaid is the financial data provider that I'm using. And so your front end has to request a token from your back end. Your token calls the Plaid API. That token gets handed back to your front end, and on the front end, you basically use that token to initialize a secure connection with the Plaid API. So your user is always, when it comes to like any kind of credential data or information that goes between my user and the Plaid API, that's not doesn't come to my backend. I don't have to deal with any of that situation. They take care of all that for me. And then the second thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to add Aspire to my application so that I can, because as soon as I add a front end, I'm going to want some way to like coordinate the front end and the back end running at the same time. I'm probably going to want some telemetry. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to set up, I think, Aspire. So that's the plan for today. We'll see how far we get. We'll see how far we make it. Need to touch up on my hardware skills? What does that mean? What does that mean? Tonti, JWT, bear token for sure. I actually don't know what type of token it is. I just know they call it a link token. I'm not sure exactly what type of token they use. What else? Bottom. Rename Neovim. If I had to guess, the token has something to do with the client ID and the client's secret that Plaid issues you, and so they have some sort of verification mechanism to make sure that the token you give them on the front end came from a valid source. I'm guessing is how it works, but I honestly don't know the inner workings. Those are implementation details. I'm not supposed to know about those things. JWTs plus cores. Oh, are you like familiar with the Plaid API? Have you built a lot of stuff with it? Look above that message. Hold on, let me see. Church was nice. Went today, so my friend would teach me how to work the mixer and tech stuff. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. Yeah, that's awesome, Artwork Studios. I bet that was a ton of fun. All right, so I did add one test for this endpoint. Currently, good morning, Blackfire. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I did add one test for this endpoint yesterday, but I haven't done anything else with it. So let's see how this goes. Oh, my Twitch stream still says it's Saturday morning code. Hold on, that's wrong. Wait a second. That's not right. Wait a minute. There we go. It's not Saturday anymore. Hey yo, I'm starting Golang study. What's your thoughts on Go? Best wishes. Well, good morning, Richard Ritchie. How are you? Good to see you. The Opus will give you an example for this authentication. Tonti, I don't think you actually know what you're talking about. I bet you've never used the Plaid API in your entire life. I know what JWT authentication is. I just don't know what the Plaid link token protocol, like I don't know what protocol they use because you're not really authenticating with their backend. That's not really what's happening. But yeah, I don't think I need to go talk to Opus to get an example of what JWT authentication is. I've already implemented JWT authentication for this application in particular. So if you know something specific about the Plaid API and how their link token process works, you're welcome to try to educate me. That's helpful. But I would guarantee you probably have never used the Plaid API. Good morning, D. How are you? Richie, back to your Golang study question. I like Go. I had a ton of fun learning Go. So I spent all of November learning Go, and then I spent all of December using it to do Advent of Code, and it was a blast. So, yeah, great language. I feel like I could actually write Go professionally. Like I feel like that would be a fun language to work in full time. What does Plaid do again? Plaid is a provider of financial data, basically. They also support ACH payments and all types of. They have several different products that are available, but the one I'm going to use is called Transactions, and it just supports extracting financial data from your bank accounts from a variety of institutions. D all okay here. Did some CUDA coding and it stretched my brain. I know absolutely nothing about CUDA coding. Absolutely nothing. I don't even know what is. So, can you use what language did you use? Can you use CUDA across a variety of languages? I'm guessing there's multiple bindings for it. C++. Okay, nice. I don't know any C. I don't know any C++. So that that limits how much we can talk about it. Let's see, Wayfaring Timo. Yeah, I wanted to fix an interesting issue weeks ago until I found out this morning that someone had already AI slopped it. I hate AI. Uh, yeah, I mean, I guess it just depends on what you're going to use AI for, right? Like yeah, let's see, when called without required information. Actually, I don't even think there is any required information. Oh no, there is. When called without required information. Or no, actually, let's do this one. When called without existent with non-existent user, it should return 401 with problem details. But I feel you, man. I feel you. It's kind of an AI wasteland right now in the developer community. I feel particularly bad for the open source maintainers because those folks are just they're going through it, man. They're going through it. Like they're inundated with AI PRs. Tontai, I mean it flat API connect with API gateway and FE will call this via gateway. Um yeah, see this is Tontai, this is why I kind of push back on you a little bit because you don't actually know what you're talking about and you're trying to tell me what it is I'm doing and what it is I'm using. And so that's why I'm saying that I'm not gonna take you at your word because I don't really think you actually know what you're talking about. So, I mean, I appreciate you trying to share your knowledge, but I don't think your knowledge is particularly applicable here. Um, I don't think you're saying anything that's helpful to me. Maybe go and do some research on what we're using, and then come back and let me know what you find out. D, yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I just want to hang out, watch some code. Oh yeah, you're welcome to hang out. D. I meant like I wish I could talk to you more about CUDA. You know, like I wish I could have more of an intelligent conversation with you about it. Unfortunately, oh, so Steven is friendly. I don't know. It depends on the day. It depends on the day and the person. There's probably a lot of people in my life that would say Steven is not the friendliest human being, which is fine. I mean, I have my moments. uh, Sean Soul, hey, what are you working on? I just joined the stream now. I'm working on a personal finance app that basically will allow me to replace this other tool that I'm currently using called YNAB, which stands for You Need a Budget. And the thing that I'm building is sort of, if you're familiar with like mint.com, the thing I'm building is sort of inspired by that because that's what I used to use before YNAB until Mint shut down. And YNAB's a great product. Like You Need a Budget's a wonderful product. I would recommend it to just about anybody. It's just I don't need all the bells and whistles in it. I also know how to build software. So I don't know why I've kind of questioned like why am I paying $15 a month to do something that I could probably build and host myself for my own usage. So that's what I'm doing right now. And right now I'm like writing tests and working on the implementation details, but that's the larger story behind what we're doing. Thank you so much for your response about Go. I'm pretty tired of AI actually. Opus blasted WordPress clone into 3 sessions using Laravel and Livewire. Pretty scary thing, by the way. Uh, tired of PHP. Let it go, Lang. Nice. Well, I think that's one. I think that's awesome that you're expanding your horizons. I don't think there's anything wrong with PHP, but definitely understand wanting to have something new and explore something new. I have that. I have that motivation and that desire many times. I agree. AI fatigue is a very real thing. I'm. It's just gets. It's exhausting at this point. I think most of us are just hanging on for dear life until until the bubble pops. You know, I think a lot of us are ready to move on to some other topic. Um, but you know, these are the cycles of the world. You know, and so just hang in there, man. I'm right there with you. We we can be each other's AI fatigue support buddies. Uh, I never seen Steven angry before. Is it mostly an off-stream thing? No, I do a pretty good job managing my temper these days. When I was younger, 15, 16, 17, even 18-year-old Steven a little bit. Yeah, just not super good with his temper. Um, and unfortunately, I see that in my son's my youngest son a little bit. Um, but yeah, as I've gotten older, I've gotten much better about my temper. I also am aware of the fact that like I'm kind of a larger person, and so I know when I get angry, that can be a little scary for people. You know, I don't want my kids or my wife to feel scared of me because I've lost my temper, you know, and get real upset. So I try to keep my emotions in check. I'm not perfect at it, but I do have a temper for sure. Sean, so I was asking, what is the stuff you're writing? Okay, so this is what a C sharp unit test looks like, or I guess this is what a unit test in C sharp using XUnit looks like. So basically, this is a test class. So if you're coming from the JavaScript world, you can kind of think of it like this. We have a test.describe block, or I don't really know what world you're coming from, Shansol, but I'll just assume you're familiar with JavaScript. But you can kind of look at what's below in the C sharp code. You can kind of map it back to something like this, right? Link tests, and then you'd have your callback, and then you'd have something like probably like this, um, and then you'd have something like this, right? Some tests, and then you have another callback. So that's essentially what I've written down below here. Um, so like this is essentially what I've written here, only in C sharp, the way you organize things is using a class. So in this case, the link test class. And then your tests are organized by a method. And your method, the name of your method typically has some sort of naming convention that communicates what it tests, the conditions it tests, and what behavior you're expecting from those conditions. And then each one of the popular test frameworks in .NET or C Sharp particularly has this sort of attribute that tells the test runner that you're using that, hey, this method is declaring a test. And in XUnit, which is the test runner I prefer, you use this FAQ attribute. And an attribute, if you're not familiar with C Sharp, an attribute in C Sharp is just basically a way to sort of add extra metadata to the piece of code that that attribute decorates. And then other bits of code can then identify things using that metadata that you've added. So
Did we just become best friends?
that's what the code is. Tariq, thanks for subbing. Appreciate that. Hey, good morning, crew. Good to see you.
I'd like to say something.
Time to waste my channel points alone.
Oh, what? More like time to waste our 11 labs tokens. Dota 2 attitude. I think fact is a decorator. Yeah, in C Sharp we call them attributes, not decorators. But if you're from the Python world, fact would be similar to a decorator. Steven wants me out of a job. No, no, no. I would never want you out of a job. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I read somewhere governments don't want AI to fail as it's a race between China and America. Oh, for sure. There's definitely some national security interest. There's also an aspect to the AI thing right now where there's so much capital and so many people have so much of their net worth invested into AI in general across a few different companies that a lot of people, it's kind of like back in '08 with the banks, is like at some extent, to some extent there's so much money that's been poured into this thing that like people, it's going to require some pretty catastrophic events to actually see it fail, you know? Like so many people are incentivized to make sure it succeeds. Sean, so why are you unit testing? I'm new to programming and stuff. So I just love writing tests for my code. It gives me a lot of psychological safety about the code that I'm working on and making changes. That's my personal. You don't have to. I mean, a lot of people. There's a lot of code bases in the world, and particularly big code bases in the world that don't have a lot of automated testing. Um, and that's okay. That's a choice, I guess. It's just a different choice than I make. So I try to make sure and write both. This is not really a unit test. This is actually an integration test because what we're doing is we're actually spinning up a complete version of our application in memory, and we're actually talking to an actual SQLite database on disk. And we're actually making real API requests against in-memory version of our API. So this is more of an integration test. But the point of it is just to give you confidence and psychological safety that the code you wrote is giving you the expectation that you expected. And then it gives you the added benefit of now you don't have to manually walk that same path again and again every time you make a change that might be related to that path. You can just run your test suite and have confidence that you didn't break anything. So that's why unit tests. I use Playwright on JS for unit tests. Really, you use Playwright for unit tests? That seems like overkill, man. Playwright's more for end-to-end tests, in my opinion, or even integration tests. You can use Playwright to integration test an API. I prefer Vite for unit testing myself. Dota decorator is a design pattern. It's probably both an attribute and a decorator. Oh, you were referring to decorator as in decorator the design pattern. Hmm, interesting. So in my opinion, decorator is something that typically wraps another thing, right? Um, in this case, all I think the fact attribute does is I think it just identifies to X unit that this thing is a method you
Did
should
we just
treat as a
become best
test.
friends?
E does Vasta. Thank you for the follow. If China wins, the world is doomed. Wow, that's a strong prediction. I I don't know why you would think the world is doomed if China wins though. That seems like a very strong opinion. OpenAI discontinued ChatGPT 4.0, and the people that have it as their partner is not happy. They're even petitioned to bring it back. The petition I last checked has 21,000 signatures. I'm surprised that type of people really exist. Dude, the AI space has gotten weird in that sense. Like the New York Times did a story in 2025 of some woman who like basically was having like an affair with ChatGPT. It's a weird world. Tontai, I guess you use XUnit. I use XUnit for unit testing. I mean, but Playwright's great for doing end-to-end testing. It's just not the right tool for the job, in my opinion, for unit testing. Dota, I do a ton of testing to make sure the code works. I don't see how testing is 100% necessary. Huh. Yeah, I think testing is 100% necessary. Yeah. But I understand. I understand it's not necessary by the evidence that there's large code bases out there in the world that don't have a lot of testing or a lot of automated testing. So I understand people who are like, well, it's testing smeshting, but I like testing, so I write tests. Neil, what goes into a good code test? I think writing good tests is sort of an art in and of itself, right? Because the best tests are tests that don't have to change when the code that they test, when the underlying implementation of the code or the behavior that they test changes, right? And that's where it goes back to that whole idea of like, you shouldn't really test the specific implementation. You should just try to test the behavior. Now, sometimes that's difficult to do, right? Um, I'm one of those people that I'm one of those of the opinion that too many people get too hung up on like trying to write the perfect test, and they try to make all these excuses about like, oh well, you need to spend all this time thinking very hardly about your unit tests and your integration tests, and they need to be written so that they're not brittle and they're not flaky and yada yada yada. And I think a lot of that is intellectual procrastination from having to actually write the test. I would much rather have a brittle test than no test. So that's my opinion, but I'm biased in that way. George Young, love me some automated tests. All those green ticks gives me my dopamine hit for the day. I do too. I mean, it's testing is definitely one to make sure your code works, but it also gives you a lot of confidence as the developer in the future when you're adding things or removing things or changing things that you didn't unknowingly break something, right? So some of it's about like not only is it about just the code work, but it's also about you as a developer having confidence to make changes to your code. Um, and at some point, a system or a project grows so large that's kind of impossible for you to know every nook and cranny of it. So testing is helpful so that you don't have to always go through manually validating a bunch of stuff after every change. I forgot to mention that if China wins in AI space, they are going to have public data of us. Yeah, I guess I'm not super concerned with China winning the AI race as you are, Sean Soul, but um, I guess the main thing I'm concerned with AI is I'm mostly concerned with AI just becoming a tool for a lot of negative things in the world and not necessarily positive things. I had ads and came back to testing schmesting. How do you plan like functions and classes from the start? I regularly rewrite my classes and functions with added inputs and changed outputs all the time, so I always have to rewrite the unit test. That's the hard D. So what you just described is the hard part, right? That's the hard part because te- um, in order to really write tests that don't have to change when the underlying implementation changes, you have to kind of hone in on some sort of abstraction, right? So that you can test that abstraction or that contract and not the underlying implementation, which is difficult. It's hard. And so a lot of people would say, well, those are bad, like what you're describing, people would say, well, those are bad tests. But I don't think they're bad tests. Are they a little brittle? Sure. But they do give you validation. And tests are a good indication. They're a good gut check. Like if you change something in a class or a method, and then you have to go change the test because it doesn't build anymore because of the changes you made. In my opinion, that's a good gut check to make you reflect on the fact that, hey, this is a reminder the changes you made are sort of breaking changes, right? And did you mean for them to be breaking changes? Especially if you're authoring like some sort of library that other people are consuming. So I don't think brittle tests are necessarily always a bad thing, but writing non-brittle tests is kind of like the ideal state. But I don't think you should prevent not being able to get to the ideal state from actually writing tests. So I think what you're describing is completely normal because I often do that too, especially early on in projects where I don't really know what the right abstraction is. So I think it's normal. Unit test is so crucial for development. I like unit tests. Some people don't. Tests are for the weak. Skill issues are real. 7. You mentioned you test with Vite. How is that possible, or do you use some other tool? I like Vite for or not. Sorry, not Vite. I spoke wrong there. 7 EDM. I meant Vi test. I always say Vite when I mean Vi test, and the reason is because the people who make Vite also make Vi test, and so my words get jumbled. But I like to use Vi test for unit testing in the JavaScript TypeScript world, and then in the C# world, I like to use XUnit. Dota 2 TDD kind of answers the whole how do I stop my implementation from changing all the time since you're designing the interface before writing the details. This is true, but sometimes designing the interface up front is hard. Like you're going to get it wrong a lot of times, especially when you're early on in a project. So that's why I'm saying I don't think it's necessarily a failure to have to refactor the test code if the underlying implementation changes, especially if you're at the beginning, because you don't know what the right abstraction is. Like you're still sorting it out. So there's some times where you're going to have brittle tests at the beginning, and then over time those tests are going to become less brittle, I think. China Mini Max M2.5 is the GOAT. It's 20 times cheaper than Opus 4.6 while maintaining almost same intelligence. Well, I am very excited that you have that now, Grand Admiral Thrawn. It doesn't really change my life much, but I'm very happy that you have a model like that. Popular library is in JS is Jest for unit tests. Yeah, I don't like Jest. Yeah, I don't like Jest. Jest is a pain. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use Vitest. Vitest is, in my opinion, much more modern. It's much easier to get started with. It supports TypeScript out of the box, supports modules out of the box. Like uh, so much better. By the way, I moved from NeoVim to Helix just for fun. Nice. I've heard good things about Helix, but I'm happy with my editor situation at the moment. I'm not looking to make a change, but I'm glad you're enjoying Helix. Abdullah, hello. I'm in college. I don't have more time. I'm in college and I don't have more time, and I want to learn programming to benefit me later. So, what is the most useful and safe time um, to learn language? What is the most useful and safe time to learn language? Well, if it was me, Abdullah, I would just point you at Free Code Camp. That's let's see, Abdullah. I wouldn't beat yourself up too much though. I mean, college has to come first. You know, you got to get your degree. Why can't I add at you? Try Free Code Camp. Let's see, 80 a D. I don't know how to say your name. A Dieter. For someone who is just getting into C#, how would you suggest someone go about it? So so what I would probably do is the first thing I would do is I would go to freecodecamp.org and I would take the foundational C# Microsoft certification that they have there. See if I can find it. There you go. Start with this. This will give you a good overview of the language, kind of get you started. Let's see, at 7edim. Whoops, I'm in the wrong tab. But obviously, no, you're not 7. You're at AD. There you go. Try that. All right. The first cup of coffee's gone, and we haven't written any code. We've done a lot of good chatting, though. I appreciate you guys being here. Good morning, Slim Shady. Thank you, man. Of course, yeah, and of course, Abdullah. Happy to point you guys to some resources. I like Free Code Camp because it's free. I think they have a really good interactive curriculum. They kind of believe in project-based learning, so I always try to recommend them as a good starting place for new people. Good morning, Slim Shady. Good to see you. I will have a try on Vitest all my projects using Jest. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with if you already have projects that use Jest, they can stay using Jest. But for new projects, if you're starting something greenfield today in the TypeScript or JavaScript world, if it was me, I would start with Vitest for all my unit testing needs. Probably use Playwright for my end-to-end needs. Probably use Playwright even for maybe for integration testing too. Or for integration testing, you could also use something. I mean, I guess you could use. I think Chai still has a pretty decent HTTP package for doing unit testing. But yeah, I'd probably do Playwright for end-to-end integration testing, and then I'd probably use Vitest for all my unit testing needs. Elmanian, you look like you were in a Zoom meeting with that background blur. That's because I changed my lens. I had a 16
Did we
millimeter
just become
lens.
best friends?
Joel, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Appreciate you. I had a 16 millimeter lens on here with a full f4 aperture, and I switched it over to a 30 millimeter lens that has a 1.4 aperture or something. So it creates that blurry background a little better than the other lens. Do you also write front end for your project? Yes, I do. So this project that's actually what I want to try to get done today. So I want to try to implement this endpoint, this link endpoint, and then I'm going to add this technology called Aspire to the application, which is basically just a way to orchestrate a distributed application. Aspire.dev, I think is the name of it. Yeah. So I'm going to add this. This is relatively new piece of technology from Microsoft that they've been developing over the last couple of years. It's very cool. So I'm going to add this, and then once I add Aspire, I'm going to add a front end. And that front end is probably going to end up being some JavaScript framework. I just haven't gotten there yet. I've been focusing on the back end logic so far. Grand Admiral Thrawn. Well, thank you for letting us know about Flutter. I don't know anything about Flutter, so. Sean, Free Code Camp have projects? They do. So they basically, the way their curriculum works is they'll usually start you out with some sort of interactive lessons in the browser. And then as you reach the end of your given module or path, they'll typically culminate each of the like areas of study with a project. And the project just has usually like, for example, for like building websites, they'll typically have like a set of requirements that you need to implement. They won't be very prescriptive about exactly what it should look like or exactly how you accomplish those requirements. They just will say it needs to do XYZ thing. And then they have a suite of automated tests that will run on the site to validate that that you have a header, that you have this button and this functionality. And so it's a nice way to kind of get you in the habit of having to basically do work the way it's actually done in the real world, where somebody doesn't necessarily spell out all the details for you. They give you a kind of a generalized set of requirements or specification, and it's kind of up to you to think through like how exactly would you accomplish these things, which then drives additional learning because you inevitably have to go look up things and sort through like, well, how does most people do this, and what are the technologies I should use, and yeah, it's not just like a tutorial. That I guess that's the thing I love the most about Free Code Camp is they place a large emphasis on project based learning for sure. My uni major is mathematics. I think I know the basics of programming, so I think my major will help me also. Nice, very cool. Yeah, I didn't know very many math majors. I was a biochemistry major in college. I got a bachelor's degree in biochemistry. So I was in the same building as the math people, but I didn't have a lot of friends that were math majors. So I hope you're enjoying it though. I hope you enjoy your major. Did becoming a content creator make you better at your craft? I don't think so necessarily. I think creating content serves a couple purposes for me. I think making content makes me feel better about life in general. It just the act of making stuff is motivating to me for whatever reason. I think that's also why I like coding because coding is another expression of creation in a lot of ways. Um, I think the other thing content creation does is it gives me an excuse to learn things and then explain what I've learned to other people, which is nice because it kind of re-solidifies what I know and don't know, right? One of the best ways to learn something is often to try to figure out how to teach it to other people. So it's a really good excuse to kind of reinforce the learning process just in general for me selfishly. So I think it does make me better in that sense that I'm exposing myself to new ideas, then I'm forcing myself to try to explain or communicate those ideas. And then I think it does make you a better communicator. Like it makes you a better writer, a better speaker, because you have to practice doing these things. And then I guess lastly, I think content serves the purpose of giving you a way to build some amount of presence or brand for yourself, right? To somehow be able to maybe create opportunities for yourself outside of what would normally be available to you in just your everyday life. But I don't necessarily know if it's inherently makes you a better engineer. I'm sure some of the best engineers in the world have never made a single piece of content, right? So, um, yeah, I think it's a positive for a few different reasons. Abdullah thanks, of course, man. Yeah, Newton Breaker. Hello, Newton Breaker. Good to see you. Hola. Hola to you as well. ¿Cómo estás? Do I play games? If yes, what is it? I do play games. I actually have my Xbox right here on my desk. I realize I've been chatting for like 30 minutes. I probably should put up the chatting screen. I do play games. This is my Xbox controller. I mostly play FPSs though. Last night actually, me and my son played Arc Raiders for a little bit. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. This stream should just be in a chatting category, not even a coding stream anymore. That's how it goes sometimes. I mean, that's why I call it Code Coffee and Chat because it's a mixture of the three. Let's see what programming language and framework you use for backend development and what resources you use to teach yourself for all this. So I normally if given the choice, I will normally work in C sharp and .NET on the backend if given the choice. Although I think in the TypeScript world there's a um, I don't know, framework library, I don't know what you want to call it, called Hano.dev that I think has a really great backend development experience if you're building web APIs or server rendered applications for the web. I think Hano is a pretty great experience. As far as resources that I learned to teach myself this, so for the TypeScript and JavaScript stuff, that was mainly just Free Code Camp. Free Code Camp is where I learned most of the kind of fundamentals of basic web development. And then for the C sharp stuff, that's kind of a hodgepodge of experiences. So I took a couple programming courses in college as electives, and those were all taught in C sharp. And then that would have been like in 2014, though. That was like my junior year of college. And then I picked up C sharp again in like 2020. I took a small course on Pluralsight from a guy named Scott Allen. I can't remember the exact name of the course though. And that's pretty much the only formal. Oh, I did do the free code camp C sharp foundational certification, but that came much later after I'd already kind of learned C sharp. I just went through that so that I could speak to the course and if it was good or not. And then most C sharp learning came from watching a lot of YouTube videos. Tim Corey, Nick Chopsis, Patrick God. Those three creators on YouTube are all very good. Patrick God, Nick Chopsis. I think I'm saying his name right. I could be saying it wrong, but it's Nick Chapsas, and then Tim Corey. Those YouTube creators I think put out really good C# content. I think I like. Let's see. Look, I like hardware more than software, but I don't know if programming will make me bored. What is in the programming that makes you love it? For me, programming is sort of like expression of problem solving, right? And so if you like doing puzzles, if you like tinkering with things, if you like taking things apart and putting them back together, I think that's why I liked science so much. I like solving problems, making the unknown known.
Did we just become best friends?
Al, thanks for subbing. Appreciate you. So if you enjoy that kind of activity, if you enjoy problem solving, if you enjoy thinking deeply about issues and then running experiments and running tests and sort of working through why something behaves the way it does and how do I make it behave the way I want it to do, then I think you'll enjoy coding and programming. If you don't enjoy that, then yeah, you probably won't like coding and programming. And nobody says, Abdullah, no one says you have to pick now. Like life is long, so you can have a career in hardware and a career in software, you know? So you don't have to be stuck in one place. Good morning, Mark. Good to see you. Let's see. Yeah, I love solve problems. Yeah, and so coding and programming is an expression of that. And so you'll probably enjoy programming and coding, but hardware, is another expression of that. Research, scientific research is an expression of that. So there's lots of different ways you can be a problem solver, right? Um, I think what made me fall in love with programming and coding so much is that the feedback loop is so tight and the investment of capital that you need to actually build things or solve problems with code is very low today. Um, if you want to go do basic research in science, you got to have a lab, you got to have all the right equipment, you know what I mean? Like it's not something that you can do at home in your basement, really. But programming and coding is, right? You can tinker and explore and experiment, and it doesn't require a huge upfront investment of cost. And the feedback loop is much longer, right? Like in science, you might have to run experiments for months on end, only to find out you've taken the wrong path. So the feedback loop in fields like that is much longer. So yeah, I think that's part of it. Is like it's a tight feedback loop and it's a very low upfront barrier. It's a very low barrier to entry, which is nice. Mark, sorry I missed many days. Mark removed his regular label. Well, hello, Mark. Good to see you. It's okay that you miss days. I hope people have lives that are really busy and full and awesome, and that keeps them away from the stream. You know? Let's see. To let you know about my mathematics major, the basics on math is to solve equations and see another ways to solve the equation problems. Interesting. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your math major, but yeah, that was definitely not. I did not want to spend my days doing math 24/7. All right, I'm gonna go get some coffee. I realize I've written no code, but I'm gonna go refill my coffee cup, and then I'm gonna come back and try to write some code. So I'll BRB.
MRK_Manansala is telling you to drink some coffee.
Okay, Mark, I'm gonna use your alert over here to drink the last of this coffee right here. One of these days, I'm gonna accidentally pour all the coffee out trying to show you. And then I'm gonna go pull another shot. Whoops. Whoopsies. Hola, 199. Good to see you. Long time no see. See you around GLHF. I don't even know what that abbreviation is. GLHF. Good morning, Lorenz. Good to see you. I'm gonna get up and go get some coffee, but I'll be right back. So if you're leaving, That's totally fine. See ya. Thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna stay and hang out some more on stream, that this might be a good time for you to refill your coffee cup. But I'll be right back. Yeah, see, Steven wrote one line of code. Actually, hold on. Hold on, Elmanian. Hold on. Don't call me out like that. I actually wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. White space counts. 8, 9. I wrote 9 lines of code. Get it right. Get it right.
Did we just become best friends?
promise, I'm alive. Crew, where's the coffee cam? Don't have one right now. I tore the coffee cam down. I'm alive though. Just took me a minute. Sometimes my espresso machine doesn't always want to cooperate, so I have to do a little bit of dialing in. Toto Code FR, thank you for following the channel over there on Twitch. I wish the chair was talking. Abdul, but my friend, why are most of your videos is for members only? Most of my videos aren't for members only. I mean, I have over 2,000 something videos on my YouTube channel, and only a handful of them are for members. Let's see. Videos. Let's see. Access. How do I do this? Visibility. Yeah, visibility. Members. Apply. How many are there? 20. There's 20 videos on my channel that are members only. And then let's see. Visibility. Public. There is 468 videos that are public. There's got to be more than that. Let's see. Yeah, there's got to be more than that because I have over like 2,000 something videos. I wonder if 489 is just the max of what they'll show. Oh, I guess that doesn't count my shorts. My shorts are something different. Yeah. But yeah, most of my content is not behind members only. I do make some members only videos so that I can just say thank you to people who want to become members, who are willing to like financially support the channel. I just want to be able to say thank you in some way. And so I do try to make some my members only content. I almost fell asleep. Oh no. We cannot have that. We cannot have you falling asleep. Let's see. Let's do this. Like this. And then this can go away. With body. Post with user ID. Gwid.new gwid. Do some .NET test. It's nothing like coffee in the morning. Good cup of coffee. Makes me feel like a wealthy man. Okay, I'm a new subscriber. I really enjoy your live. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Expected response status to be unauthorized, but found 200. That is what I would expect. So now what we should do is we should head over here. And let's dive into the link. And let's say we want the current context, which is going to be HTTP context. And we also need the DB context. This. Lurk away, Almanian. Lurk away, good friend. Now time for coding? Yes. We're going to try to do some coding. Full disclosure, I may still get derailed, but I'm going to try to do some amount of coding. Let's see. Var user equals await at db context dot users dot find async finds the int with the given primary key values. Oh, I think that's where I can just pass that, right? Actually, let's do single or default, something like that. Okay, and then we'll say if user is null, then we will return results dot authorized. Go back to our tests. Now everything should pass. Nice. So now we need to figure out what information we need to make a request to the Plaid API. So we need to say create link token. So let's add a response object here. Let's put it in the namespace. Dot institutions dot link. We'll do a public sealed record response. And I guess for now we just want to respond with a link token. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Public string link token as a getter, emitter, public static from So then in the endpoint, we're going to end up doing something like this. Response from, right now we'll just do string.empty, but it should actually be an actual link token. Actually, I'll forget to change this, so I'm just going to leave this so that it doesn't build. Okay, so what do we do here? So we have to call the Plaid API, but we need to call it with certain information, and I don't know exactly what that information needs to be, so I think we need to go do some research. See Plaid API docs. API documentation. Welcome to the docs. Please add a dark mode, Plaid. Let's see, create. Oh, look, they have an AI too. Can you tell me how to create a link? Let's see how good their AI is. Let's see, to create, ooh, look at that. Ooh, they even got like a scrolly effect there. They got a little animation thing where it was talking. Did you guys see that? That was kind of cool. This little chat bubble thing, they had an animation to make it look like it was talking. Let's see, creating a link token. Let's see. Bruh. I'm C# dev. Can you give me example in C#? That was a flashbang? It was a flashbang. Alright, let's see. What information did we give it? Client ID, our secret. Okay, that's already handled for us. User, so we have to give a user ID. Okay. Client name, so this is the name of my application. And then the products we want to use, and the country, that codes that we support, and the language. Okay. So some of that probably should be configurable, honestly. So like user ID is going to come from the application. The products, I guess, can be hard coded. Country codes probably should be. I think I'm going to make a lot of it configurable, actually. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay. Well, so I guess the question becomes, I guess the question becomes like, who should own this information? Does the back end own it? Does the front end own it? I guess let's just start with the back end. Ah, crap. I got some of that orange on my arm, and now it's sticky right there. Hold on one sec. Sharat, hello. You are not late. Thanks for being a member, man. You are not late at all. You arrived exactly when you were meant to arrive. All right, so I think I'm just going to start by hard coding this stuff. So let's go back to the endpoint. And let's do this. So we'll do from services, Plaid service. Excuse me. And we'll keep it real simple. We'll just do this. Var link token equals await Plaid service dot create link token async, and we will pass in the user.id, like so. Yep, and then we'll go and create this method. I guess actually we can just generate it. And then we'll go to the Plaid service. And we'll do something similar to what we've done everywhere else in this. So we'll say var link token response equals await client dot create. Let's see, link token create. And that's probably going to take a new link token request. Okay. Why are you complaining? Consider call. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Hard code everything so the user does nothing. Totally legit coder. Well, I do think I ultimately want to make it configurable. I'm just not sure exactly how I want it to be configurable yet, right? So I figure I'll just start with hard coding, and then when I figure out what pieces of the request I want to be configurable, I'll extract those out to configuration. Either I'll extract them out to configuration, or I'll extract them out to like things that can be passed in through the request is what I'll do. But you're right, it's totally legit coder. How do you learn and code all these? Is this from experience or like how? Yeah, just experience. Yeah, just experience. I mean, you always are learning. Like I've never worked with the Plaid API before, so like I'm figuring out like how it all works on the fly. But yeah, as far as like how you want to organize your code and like what methods you use, and that's all just experience, right? Over time. And there's still stuff I look up all the time. Like I ask AI how to do stuff every day. I read documentation every day. So you're not going to have it all committed to memory, but you sort of like the things that you do most often or most commonly, they kind of stick with you. You know, it's like muscle memory, you know, riding a bike or anything like that. Let's see. So we'll do client name. So I think to start with, we'll do this. We'll say var client name equals assembly dot get executing assembly dot full name. Why is this null? There we go. And then I also think I want to do, let's actually do this. Make assembly name and environment name equals environment I want, how do I get the environment? No, that's not what I want. I don't want that. There we go. That's what I want. Get environment variable. I'm pretty sure I want, let's see, properties. ASP.NET Core. Yeah, let's do this. And then we'll say client name is the combination of these two things. We'll say assembly name for now. I think this is where this could be something that could be configurable, but for now we'll just do that. Well, Gaffa, what feature did you add? I can see it take 5 minutes if all you do is save and load a CSVS file more or less. So what are you talking about? Well, Gaffa, are you talking about like what am I doing for the personal finance app? Like what features am I implementing? Is that what you're asking? Good morning, Duckboy. Good to see you. You're on the big screen in my house. Say hi when family members pass by. Hello, Duckboy's family. Dude, that's crazy. You have me on your TV. I feel so self-conscious now. Good morning, David. Good to see you, man. Oh no, I was referring. Oh, sorry, Wagafa. I got confused. Who you're talking to? Let's see. I started making a password generator yesterday. Thought, oh, this will occupy me for a bit. Then it took 5 minutes. Nice. Well, that's cool. Password generator sounds like a fun project. All right, there we go. Client name, client ID, and secret are already set. Products, we need to set that. Products, country code, language. Client name, products equals products dot transactions. Country code. Let's see, languages. Country codes. And I guess this is just going to be country code dot US. And then what else? Languages, right? Languages. Okay.
Did we just become best friends?
Hey, Matthew, thank you so much for subbing, man. I appreciate that. It's really kind of you. And then user. So we'll do user ID. Yeah, let's just set the user ID to ID. Yeah, this should be a string then. Just string. Okay. And then this should give us our link token back. So we'll say if LTR dot is success status code is false, then we will throw a new Plaid exception, and we will say unable to create link token. Hi, loving the coding. I want to know more. Hello, Nox789 Design. Good to see you. Appreciate the kind words. I am currently just writing code to create a connection between my application and the Plaid API. And Plaid is a financial services provider that allows you to retrieve your financial data from bank accounts that you have. So it's kind of like a middleman between your application, and your user's actual bank information. Kind of the same way Stripe facilitates payment processing. Plaid's kind of a similar service, but the product I'm using for them is more about retrieving my own financial data than so much facilitating payments and things like that. So that's what we're doing today. So we want the link token. Just like that. Let's go back to our endpoint. Oops, endpoint. And instead of this, we'll say toString. Then we'll return the link token. Okay. And then we can go finish writing our tests real quick. Where am I? Public async task link when called with user should return a link token. Nice. Good morning, Ryan. Good to see you. Let's see, terminal based, so I can pipe the response into other commands. Nice. Who doesn't like a good little Unix tool like that? Also, why do you want to do this? So, Knox, I'm building this application because for the longest time, I managed my personal finance in a piece of software called Mint.com, which was free for a long time, and then it got bought by Intuit, and it was still free, and it was still good. It was just filled with ads. And then eventually Intuit killed Mint.com, and I switched over to a tool called You Need a Budget. But the nice thing about Mint was it was free, and YNAB costs like $15 a month, and it's also very full featured, more full featured than I need. So since I know how to write code and I know how to build software, I thought, well, this would be a good project for me to save some money, learn a lot, and have a nice, cool piece of software that I can use every day to help manage my financial life. So that's why I'm building it. So for my own benefit, for my own learnings, for fun. Let's see. The whole point of the program was like a vast, strong password generator, so I can do it while offline. Nice. Very cool, man. Does it work in the sense so you get all the data from all in one form? Yeah, so Plaid kind of serves as like you can almost think of Plaid almost a little bit like a normalization layer, right? So they facilitate talking to all the different bank accounts. So that's really, to me, the biggest value add is that they talk to the financial institutions, and they deal with all the burden and overhead of like how do you properly secure access to financial data, right? So like my user never sends my backend any information about their bank login, bank account details, none of that stuff. They talk to the Plaid API to do all that. Similar to with Stripe, where if you use Stripe, you don't have to deal with any of the customers, credit card information, right? So Plaid facilitates all that. And then what I can do with the access that the user delegates to my app is I can then get transactions back from their API, which is nice. And then the value add there is it's all in one shape, or all in the same shape, right? Because it's all coming from the same API. So they sort of like normalize, I guess, the data from the different financial institutions. But yeah, that's the benefit. Sorry, I have no idea. This is just asking stuff in a sense. Yeah, you can ask any questions you want. Knox, go fire away. As old Uncle Bumblefuck AVE would say, it's to make cool shit and put it on the internet. Yeah, I mean that's basically the last like 10 years of my life has been. I don't know if it's cool shit, but I just make stuff and then I put it on the internet. But in this case, the thing I make will actually end up benefiting me, because I really just want one pane of glass. I want to be able to log into one place. I want to see all my accounts. I want to see all their balances. And then I want to see all the transactions that are flowing through those accounts. And I want to be able to categorize those accounts and be able to visualize how my money is spent and where it goes over time, right? That's basically it. I don't want to have to log into 5 different applications and keep track. You know what I mean? I don't want to. Right now, my process is I use YNAB to essentially retrieve the financial data from my connected accounts. I export all that transaction data to a flat file. I categorize it all in the flat file. I import it into another system, and I do all the visualization and tracking in this other system. So it's very manual and kind of a pain in the butt. So that's why I'm trying to build something like this to get back to the world where everything just lives in one pane of glass. And yeah, it just saves me time, makes my life better. It does what software is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to make our lives better. See, one thing I love about Steven code is that it is very easy to read, in my opinion, even for me who doesn't code in C sharp. Well, that's a nice compliment. I mean, I try to make it easy to read because I have skill issues. So if it's not easy for me to read, then I can't work with it. How far away from you now, as in almost release? I'm still a ways. I'm probably couple weeks away. I still got to figure out the front end. I've still got to figure out how to sync transactions. And then I also have to work through all the different types of accounts. Apparently, Plaid treats investment accounts a little different than checking and savings accounts. So I've got to work through all those details. So I'm a little ways away from like releasing it. And in terms of releasing it, I won't really like be making it available for other people to like sign up for this service. It'll just serve me, but it will be available on my GitHub, and you can deploy it yourself as like a Docker container, but you'll have to configure it all, right? You'll have to sign up for a Plaid developer account and all that stuff. So if you're interested in using it, you'll be able to use it. But it won't be like a hosted service, right? I'm not doing anything like that. It'll be a hosted service for me and my wife, but it won't be a hosted service for other people. I don't want to be in charge of other people's financial data. Yeah, 100%, Ryan. That I love that message you sent. Stop apologizing. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. 100%. Let's see. I've seen a lot of apps that make you manually enter the data, but that's tedious, so this is much better. Yeah, exactly. I'm not interested in manually entering data. I'm not going to do it. Well, I will manually enter it, but I'm not going to manually extract it. Like, I'm not going to go to my bank account and export the CSV file. That's why I have YNAB, is so that so that they just pull in the financial data. But yeah, I'm not going to do that. So, a personal finance app that makes me enter my transaction data manually is not useful to me. So it needs to come from the source of truth for my transaction data needs to be my actual bank accounts. 100%. Are you planning to track investments? I'm planning to track investments in the sense that I will track the transactions in those accounts and I'll track the balance. So basically, my app will more or less will serve as sort of an aggregation view. The source of truth will still be the bank accounts. My app will just serve as a place to view it all in one place, and then the little added functionality is the categorization. That's the only thing that I'm going to kind of add to my application that's going to overlay the existing data. So my bank accounts will be the source of truth. And then in my application, the only thing I'm going to do is like tag them with, this was for rent, this was for electric, this was for, you know what I mean? And then that will then feed into like reporting and analytics and visualizations that I'll do. Yeah, but for the most part, it'll just all come from the bank. I am able to you're going to track all your transactions at one point and do the visualizations. Is it secured? Sorry for sounding dumb. Yeah, it'll be secured behind authentication. It's secured behind authentication. And then it's also secure in the sense that like the only data that's in my database is just numbers. So like I'm not putting like my account numbers or any of that information or credentials to log into my bank accounts. I'm not putting any of that in the database. The most sensitive piece of information that's going to be in my database is the access token for the Plaid API, and that will be in my database, but it's encrypted. So it's encrypted in the database, and it's only decrypted in memory to make a request to the Plaid API. I think that's kind of as secure as I can make it at this point. Why don't you want to manage people's financial data? Multi-billion-dollar companies do a worse job at keeping our data private. Yeah, there just seems like, dude, seems like it's a risky business, You seem like you need a team of lawyers to do that. Good to see you, Arvin. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope life is treating you well. The thing is, everyone is lazy, so if you can implement something to make it easier, people will do it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, people usually always. I mean, AI is the perfect example of that. People will always choose the path of least resistance or the path of most convenience. Okay, so here is going to be. I don't think I need this. This is redundant because I'm not actually having the user provide any data. So we'll just do post link URI dot build. Then we'll say all of this. So the result should be this should be of. Come on, where are you? What happened to my? My LSP information is all gone. Should be of JSON content of type. Yeah. .200. Okay. I don't know why I'm not getting autocomplete. Let's see. How are you going to give input data for tracking the transactions without logging into the bank account? I'm not getting it. Okay, so I'm using a third-party service. So I'm using this service called Plaid. Plaid.com. So they're the company who provides the information, right? So they have a flow that basically looks like this, and I'll just describe it. Or actually, I don't have to describe it. I can show it to you. Where is it? I don't even have to use my words. I can use a picture. I can use an ASCII diagram to show it to you. So this is the general flow, right? So you have a front-end application with some sort of way for the user to connect. That user will connect to your backend. It'll make a request to my backend. It'll say, hey, create a link token. My backend will make a request to the Plaid API that says, hey, I need a link token. Their API will say, great, here's a link token. Then that link token will get propagated all the way back to the front end. On the front end, we will use an SDK provided by Plaid, which will initialize a widget, essentially an iframe, with that link token. And through that iframe, my front end will talk directly to the Plaid API or the Plaid service. And so the user on my front end will be interacting through that iframe to exchange bank account login information with from them to the Plaid API. Then directly to the Plaid service. Then Plaid, if they're successful, meaning they were successfully able to log into their bank account, the Plaid API will issue a public token. That public token will then get sent from my front end to my back end. My back end will then exchange that public token for a long-lived access token, and that access token will then go into my database. Where is it? Yeah, and then right here. So it'll go access token goes to my back end, and then my back end saves the access to the database. So the user is logging into their bank account, but I'm not dealing with those credentials. Plaid is. That's the value of using Plaid and not trying to build this yourself, because most banks don't provide publicly accessible APIs to their consumers to build with. So that's why you just use Plaid, and Plaid serves as that broker middleman. So that's how it works. Um, and then what you do is you use that access token to make requests to the Plaid API to get information. So to get information about the bank, or get information about the transaction in that user's accounts, or to get whatever accounts they have at that bank. So that's how you get the information. Sure, if that hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. So there is a login that occurs. It's just I'm not managing that login or those creds. Also, I'm no longer getting coffee. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Are you manually labeling the transactions? Are you using the transactions descriptions? Are you using ML? I'll just use the transaction data directly as it comes from Plaid. The only thing I'll add to the transactions are just categories. That's the only thing. Yeah, that's the only thing I'll add to it. Or at least initially. I mean, I might decide over time I want to add other information, but to start with, I just want like a table that I can scroll, right? And it shows me all the different transactions, shows me which accounts they belong to, the dollar amounts. That's all I want. And then I just want like a little drop down in there where I can say, okay, that's rent, and that's electric, and that was for food. You know what I mean? That's super simple. But it saves me from having to log into 5 different bank accounts, right, to see all that same information. So I'm really not trying to. This is now that I've answered the question a few times. Yeah, it really is much more of an aggregation. It's much more of an aggregation service, like trying to bring everything into one dashboard, which is why I kind of called it physical OS, is because I wanted it to be kind of one place for me to manage everything related to my monies. Is the ultimate goal. How many accounts do you have? More than a handful. Because like I have like retirement, I have main checking, I have several different savings accounts, right? And they're spread out at a variety of providers. So yeah, it's kind of. I mean, I probably that question probably begs the question of like, can I simplify my? I could probably stand to simplify my financial life a little bit, but it is spread out over a few different places, unfortunately. And some of that's just legacy. Excuse me.
Ugafa is telling you to drink some coffee.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. How did you figure out the workflow? If I'm stopping your rhythm, sorry for that. The workflow came from I basically was it. I think I went to. I think Gemini was the one that did it. Yeah, that this diagram was generated by Gemini. So I went to Gemini.com like this, and then I added the .NET library, the GitHub .NET library that I was using. I took the GitHub repo and I stuck it in here like that. And then I said, I can't remember the exact prompt, but the prompt was something like, hey, can you explain how the public token creation process works using an ASCII diagram? I think is what I typed, something like this. And then Gemini spit out this guy. And then what I've been doing as I've been doing the implementation is I've just been going to the Plaid docs and making sure that like what Gemini what Gemini came up with actually lines up with what the official documentation say, and then implementing along, implementing it. So that's how I figured out the flow. Right, was like, hey, here's the source code of the SDK that I'm using to connect to the API. Based on that, and based on whatever information you've been trained on, like, can you give me like a rough layout of the flow of this? And it worked pretty well. So far, it's been mostly right. I think for the most part, it's been almost 100% right. So AI for the win in that case. You dare to yawn? I know. How many? See what are you thinking? CFG for UI. Right now, it's between Vue and Solid.js. I think for the front end. Too European for this. Nice. No more Go. Not recently. The only thing I've been writing in Go is I'm trying to build an SDK for the API at work. So we have a public API at the company I work for, but we only have an official C# SDK, and so I've been slowly building out like a library of other languages. Right now I have JavaScript and Python, but I think I'm gonna use my newfound knowledge of Go to build a Go SDK. So I've been using Go still to do that, but I haven't been building many applications with Go, Mason. And also, good to see you, Mason. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, Bradley. How goes it down under? Good to see you, man. Why not some Blazor? We could use some Blazor. We could use some Blazor. I haven't really made up my mind. Like, am I gonna keep it all in the C# world? Right? I don't really know yet. What's up, Gosling? Good to see you. Damn, what did I miss? You missed nothing. You missed me in my basement, drinking coffee, talking to people on the internet, trying to be productive. That's the only thing you missed. Walter Walter Oxford. Bro, just use AI. Are you crazy? If you would like to code with AI, Walter, you are more than welcome to. I, however, am a 32-year-old dad of two and a husband and a grown ass man. And so if I want to write software without AI, I'm going to fucking write software without AI. Yeah, what Kurt said. I'm a trad coder. Do you plan on making a phone app too? I would love to make a phone app for this. I don't, because I think my wife would use a phone application way more than she would use a web application. But I don't know how to do that, so that would be a learning experience. You're losing time, bro. Oh my gosh, I'm losing time. Why do you think I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning? Because I want to spend time writing code. I'm not worried about losing time, Walter. I'm not trying to serve the shareholders, Walter. I'm not trying to maximize shareholder value over here, Walter. You've shown up in the wrong stream, my friend. Next week we have a people and culture week and hackathon at work. I don't think much will get done. Nice. Is it going to be like an AI hackathon? Do you have to use AI at this hackathon? I'm good. Still thinking if to finish my app in Go or C#. Oh, either one. You can't go wrong. The important thing is just that you finish, right? Who cares what language? Well put, Steven. Steven, well put. We don't really have to use AI. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything other than die and pay taxes. And I guess now I do have to kind of like support my family. So, yeah, unless you pay, I've said this before on stream, unless you pay my salary, I'm probably not going to do what you say. Kurtz, it's more user friendly in my opinion, especially for non-tech people. Let's see, what's more user friendly? Oh, the phone app. Yeah, the phone app. Totally agree. David Bailey, losing time to build, building right is greater than spam AI and code refactoring hard later. Yeah, and I just think there's something to be said about like you can work the way you want to work, right? If you want to use AI, use AI. If you don't want to use AI, don't use AI. Like it's your fucking life, you know? But but showing up in people's streams like Walter here and being like, bro, you're running out of time, bro. You gotta use AI, man. You're wasting your life. You're what you got AI, bro. That's not helpful. It's not helpful. It's not useful either. It's a waste of your time. This guy's rage baiting. Yeah, I think he is rage baiting, and it's working. uh, Mason, you're right. Just finish. Thanks. Yeah, you just got to finish, man. That's the most important thing, regardless of the language. I'm trying to code for a power utility company to buy power cheap and try to meet the demand, but I don't know how to code. That sounds like a hard problem to solve. That seems like a problem that people have probably been trying to solve for a long time. So I think you've bitten off a very difficult problem there, Sharat. Moy, heyo, what's up, Moy? Bro has zero frontal cortex activity. Yeah, I think Walter's rage baiting us, guys. But Walt, the thing is that I don't have a problem with Walter wanting to write code with AI. I don't have a problem with anybody wanting to use AI at all in general. Um, I have a problem with people coming in and saying you should do something. You know what I mean? That's what I have a problem with. Let me guess, you get bugs, then ask ChatGPT, please, bro, fix my bugs, bro. Yeah. Opus 4.6. Okay. Yeah. Obviously Opus 4.6. I mean the thing is, Walter, I'm already cooked. I'm already cooked, man. AI's here. Opus 4.5 has already been released. Software engineering's been dead for like a year. So, I mean, it really it really doesn't matter what I do because I'm already my profession and career is already in the toilet anyways. So how I spend my time doesn't really matter. It's funny when we see people working out in the gym, right? We don't run up to people in the gym and be like, "Bro, you're wasting time. You can just go get some HGH and testosterone. You're wasting time, bro. Like, put the weights down. Like, go get. We don't do that. So, like, why? Why do we? Why do we run into? Why are we running to software developers and being like, "Dude, AI's here. There's no sense in trying to make yourself better anymore. Just push the easy button now." Yeah, yeah. Just to put the oil in the muscles, man. I swear you're losing time. He can do that in 1 minute what you learned for 5 years. It's okay though. That's what I'm trying to say, Walter. Is I'm okay if I'm slower. I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay with it. It's okay. I'm not in a race. But Elon said humans won't write code anymore. Just another 6 months. I'm telling you, exactly. 6 more months until software engineering is cooked. Said the merchant. Always 6 months. It's always 6 months. They can do it, but you don't know why or how or know if it's the best way to handle the problem. Yeah, you're not getting those reps in to know like I'm scared for your job, broski. Why you're mad? The AI is gonna be our new god. Okay, Walter. Well, I was taking you serious. I was taking you a little serious, Walter, but now I know you're just trying to bait me, and that's okay. That's okay. All types are needed in the world. All right, going to finish my API. Okay, Mason. Good luck with your API, man. Kurtz. Okay, definitely rage baiting. Yes, we are. We are getting rage baited. Why do they always say 6 months? My God killed my confidence a long time ago. I don't know why they do that. I think I feel for them. I think that's because like if you're Dario Amadei, right? I think that's how you say his last name. But if you're Dario from Anthropic and you're in front of a bunch of investors and or shareholders and potential investors, and you're asked a question like that, you like what else are you gonna say, right? Like you've already taken billions of dollars of investment on that exact premise. So you can't really say anything other than, yeah, software engineering is dead. We're going to automate all of it in 90 days, 90 days or 6 months or whatever. Like you can't. And that's why I say I think the person to pay attention to in this space, the one person that you should listen to is Demis Hassabis at Google. That is the one person in the AI world that I think whatever he says, you should think down and think very hardly
Did we
about it.
just become best friends?
Arturo, thanks for subbing. Because I think Demis
Did
is
we just
still
become best friends?
RBG. Thanks for the subscription. I think that's the one guy who still remains a scientist first and a business person second. And the fact that he is at Google means he doesn't have to worry so much about the financials because Google has they can lose money on AI for a very long time because they have other means of capitalizing their business. And so like they just did a big bond raising effort. They just raised a bunch of debt using bonds last week or the week before last. So I think if I had to pay attention to one person, it would be Demis Hassabis. And when he was asked about AGI or that type of stuff, he's always very measured in his responses. And I think that speaks to the fact that he's still very much an academic first. Can I paste a good link here related to AI? You can paste the link, but I think YouTube will strip it. So you might have to put it in Discord, Bradley. How to disable Copilot? It's annoying. I think if you type Control Shift P, if you're in VS Code, you can type Control Shift P, and then I think if you search for disable suggestions or Copilot suggestions or something like that, there should be a command to toggle the inline suggestions on and off. Art Pumpkin, hey Steven, love your content. I'm one of the majority that uses AI on a daily basis, which is there's nothing wrong with that, totally fine. From auto completion to straight up no coding. Though recently I started doing small projects with no AI involved. Nice, very cool. I think that's the perfect middle ground. One of the projects was building 2D to 3D using quaternarians. I wanted to enjoy what I learned in the process of making things. I totally understand what you're doing. Well, that's super kind of you, Art Pumpkin, to stop and say that. That's super nice. Yeah. I think there's a middle ground here. And I think right now we've skewed way too far to the other end of the use AI bro spectrum. But I think what you're describing, Art, seems right like the right place, right? Depending on the context, that changes how you use AI and how much of AI you use. So I appreciate you, man.
I'd like to say something.
Give it up for having fun. Whoa.
That's right. Give it up for enjoying yourself. Let's see. Yes, Demis is one of the few people who actually talks and doesn't think about profits while he does it. Exactly. Yeah. So that's the person I pay attention to the most is Demis Hassabis in terms of like thought leadership around AI. Yeah, I pay attention, and he doesn't talk that much. That's the other thing. He's not constantly out in the world making predictions and claims, and that's because I think he's too busy actually doing the hard work to try to reach AGI. I think he's still focused on AGI, and I think Demis Hassabis and his group are still focused on AGI, and I think the rest of the AI ecosystem has largely moved on to like productization of the current technologies. And I think that's why probably Google ends up winning all of this in the end because they have deep enough pockets and they have the right team to see this through to whatever conclusion that is. Sorry, what's his name? That Google dude in the name of AI only gets scam Altman videos. His name is Demis Hassabis. And if you don't know about Demis Hassabis, you should go to YouTube right now and you should watch the documentary The Thinking Game, because it will solidify right here, this one. Oh, I thought this was free on YouTube. I guess not. The Thinking Game full documentary. Could have sworn it's free. Okay, well, if you don't have the money, so be it. But this is who I'm talking about. Demis Hassabis. Let's see. At Sharat. Oops. At Sharat. There you go. That's who I'm talking about. He's a Cambridge-trained PhD. He spent his whole life on AI. He started DeepMind in London. They sold it to Google. But I think he's the guy. Yeah, you're welcome, Shirak. Walter Oxford, I'm sorry for you. You're gonna buy our AI malware soon, my boy. Oh no. The AI malware's coming for me. Ryan Gosling, yes, Google will win. Yeah, I think that's because, like, the AGI. I think in order to get to AGI, that's more of like a long-term research project. It's not like a quick win thing, and so you need a team that has. You need a company that has deep money and a lot of capital, and then you need a team of equally qualified folks who are much more research and science focused than they are product and innovation focused. And I think that's what DeepMind has, or Google DeepMind has, or Google AI has, that Anthropic and OpenAI don't, in my opinion.
Did we just become best friends?
Aziz, thanks for subbing. I appreciate it, man. Right hardware too. Their TPUs give any GPU a lot of leverage for training LLMs. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, they've got a lot of resources to bring to bear on the problem, which is awesome. Good morning, Ulas. Thanks for being a member. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. I think Alt Walter's onto something. Better to listen to him and start using 5 different AIs. Yeah, I probably should immediately start running a terminal of Claude Code, a terminal of Gemini CLI, a Copilot CLI, and I should probably have like 2 or 3 instances of those running at the same time. And I probably should conjure up like 3 or 4 throwaway software development projects for each of them to work on. And then I should also make sure with my wife that it's okay that I spend a couple $1,000 or maybe a couple $100 a month at least on LLM token usage for a bunch of software that's never going to be used by more than one person, so that I can make some posts on Twitter about how I use AI this way. And then I should probably also start like maybe a course about how to use agentic AI so that people don't get left behind in their careers, but not so that I can make money, but more so that I can just help people deal with their feelings of FOMO, because that's what the world needs. So I think that's what my new plan of attack will be. I think that's what I'll do now. Yeah, maximize efficiency, exactly. Let's see, I put the video link in Discord. Be keen to hear your thoughts on it. For sure. Let's see. For sure. Oh, I have seen this guy. So this now, talk about somebody who knows C#. This guy knows C#. This guy right here, he's really, really good. Sometimes I watch his videos and I don't understand it. I have to go read documentation to figure out what he's talking about. uh, but yeah, he is obviously like a C# master level developer. So what's he saying here? Let me pause my music for a sec. The X part is crucial. You need to get monetization by overhyping stuff and straight up lying. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. So Art Pumpkin, exactly. I'm gonna maybe we should have an offline conversation because it seems like me and you we're on the same page when it comes to this strategy. All right, let's see what he has to say about AI, which I think he's probably going to talk about maybe the autoregressive nature of LLMs. Um, we'll see. Let's see what he has to say here.
Using generative AI tools to write code since the day those tools first appeared. They write substantial amounts of code for me today, but besides code, they also make bugs. Not syntax errors or missing includes or something like that. No, I mean real behavioral bugs. Something is wrong in code, something that requires human intervention. Then, whenever I point that out, someone comes and says, oh, don't use that model, use this model. Then I go and use this.
Oh my gosh, that is the most painful cringe part of AI. Oh, that is the most painful cringe part. Every time anybody brings up any critique of LLM, there's always this chorus of people that jump in and like, "Well, you're not using the model right. You're not prompting it right. You weren't giving it the right context." It's like, dude, just shut the fuck up. AI is not perfect.
That model makes bugs again. They say, oh, wait for the new version. It will come by the summer. It will fix everything. The summer comes and the bugs are still there. I know why that is so. The story is very simple. Bugs are literally built into every LLM. They will never stop. But if you want to understand that, it takes a bit more effort, and that is what I'm going to show you in this video. I will show you what's inside the LLM, any LLM in existence, and I will show you what mathematical
Yeah, I
foundations
can.
on which they are built are making bugs inevitable. In other words, LLMs, no matter how well trained they are, will always make bugs. It's inevitable. We will remove all the refinements and tools added to an LLM on its outside and look into the bare model. When you peel off the chat interfaces, IDE integrations, agents, plugins, and everything, you will find the bare model, and at the core of the model of every LLM lies a deep neural network, one or more of them. Deep neural networks are topologically.
Yeah, this guy is a goated dev. He's really good. He's a really good developer. He's very knowledgeable about C# and .NET. Um, let's see. I don't think it gets trained off responses. The human feedback loop rather than synthetic data contingent on token retention. We'll see some crowd consciousness type AGI in the next decade. Yeah, I don't know when we'll see AGI. I don't know what AGI actually looks like in real form, but it would be. I mean, having something like Jarvis from Iron Man would be pretty baller. And I agree, Artwork Pumpkin. Yeah, most people who are hyping their agentic AI stuff is just it's hype. It's hype. It's hype. There's some realness to it, but a lot of it's hype, and a lot of it is now you have a lot of engineers who are being incentivized in their careers to actually be pro AI. Like it's kind of hard right now to have a career as an engineer in big tech and not be like fully embracing AI because there's this top down pressure through these organizations that like we must be AI native, we must use AI tools, and it's just like, what are you gonna do, right?
Equivalent to multi-layer perceptrons, and multi-layer perceptrons are historically the oldest topology of artificial neural networks. A multi-layer perceptron consists of layers, and each layer consists of neurons.
I'm going to speed this up just a little bit because I know some people are not here for me watching AI videos, but I respect this guy and I did not know he made this video. So Bradley, thank you very much for sharing it. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit.
Each neuron has multiple inputs and one output. The first layer only receives the inputs and does nothing. The transforms happen in each of the neurons. Each neuron receives its inputs, multiplies them by weights, sums those up, and passes that through the nonlinear activation function. Do that for all the neurons in one layer, and you have the output of that layer. Pass it on to the next layer, next, all until you reach the output layer, and you get the output of the entire artificial neural network. Those weights by which you multiply the values, those are the parameters of the artificial neural network.
Dude, managing a small farm is the ultimate destination for all all technologists.
And you will know them as the parameters of the LLM. The history is very interesting here. It started in 1943 with the first artificial neuron explained, and then in 1958 the first single-layer perceptron was designed. Then the multi-layer perceptron followed, and perceptrons with multiple layers, which we call today deep neural networks, were also built during 1960s. So the history of deep neural networks is not new. It's more than half a century old. But there's one very important detail which I must clarify before anything else. There is a distinction between training a neural network and running a neural network. Those two are completely different.
Did we just become best friends?
Supervised
James, thanks for
learning,
subbing,
that is
man.
how we
Appreciate
train
it.
artificial
We
neural
don't
networks,
typically
such as
just watch AI videos here, but today we're taking a little break from coding to
in the LLMs.
to hear what a very smart guy has to say about LLMs.
A network sees large amounts of data on its input, and for every row of inputs, there is a known output, which it should.
My tip would be, if you're a network engineer, my tip would probably be for programming for APIs and automating deployments. I think for automating deployments, you probably have to think a lot about like what your infrastructure looks like and what providers you're using. But I would imagine for that, you'd want to look into something like an infrastructure as code type of situation, like Terraform or something. And then in terms of just like an all-purpose general programming language, Go might be a good option for you as a network engineer. It's a very versatile language, deals with concurrency really, really well. Yeah, you might take a peek at the Go programming language. I don't work as a DevOps person really, or as a network engineer, so I'm not exactly sure what all that work entails. But just going kind of based off of like rough estimates, Go might be a good programming language to start with.
Produce. During the training, we adjust weights in the network so that the discrepancy between the actual output of the network and the desired output is reduced. That is training. It can take a long time,
Yeah, of
very
course,
complex
Juan.
algorithms.
Yeah, happy to help.
Once you
How to use AI smartly. Let's see. The best way to learn software development, I think, is through actually actually building software. Don't just sit and read books and watch tutorials. It's fine to start there, but you have to actually get up and get going and actually do some stuff. Actually build real software, like likely software that solves problems that you have. And then the programming language, I think, doesn't really matter. It's whatever you want to use and enjoy. Do that. How to use AI smartly. I think with AI, it's important to be knowledgeable about it. I think it's important to be familiar with the tool sets, but I don't think you should give up on developing your own skills. Don't delegate everything to the AI.
Did we just become best friends?
Matt, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch.
complete the
Appreciate
training,
that.
you get your model, and that's it. The training doesn't have any effect on the model anymore once you start using the model. And in that way, one layer of magic disappears. What does the artificial neural network do? It accepts the inputs, forwards them through the layers, produces the output, and that's it. You get your output. There's nothing special in it. The next token you want on the output, just pass the new input and wait for the new output of the network. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially
Any
a stateless function at that point.
The network might have is baked into the weights of the neurons inside of a deep neural network. And that's all. A better, improved training algorithm could make it cheaper to produce the new model, the next version of the model, with less compute power. That is very nice. It could also help make the model with less error. That is intriguing. Can we make a new artificial neural network which produces less errors? Is that possible? And how much is it possible? How much can we reduce the error? Well, that is where the famous universal approximation theorem comes to the table, and we finally get
Man,
into the
he
mathematical
went really
background
deep to make this
of deep
video, didn't
neural
he?
networks.
The
The nonlinear
universal
transforms
approximation
of the
theorem.
neurons in a deep neural network are not arbitrary. They make the entire artificial neural network a nonlinear transform of its inputs, and that is very important because such functions have some provable properties. And the universal approximation theorem is pointing out a few of those properties which are very important for the theory of artificial neural networks. This theorem first appeared in 1989 when it was proven, and it didn't just come out of the blue, it's pulling its roots all the way back from mathematical theory of the 19th century. The first such attempt was the Weierstrass's theorem from 1885, and there were a few other theorems in the meanwhile, which eventually paved the way for the universal approximation
This video
theorem.
must have taken
And
so
this
much
is
time
what
and
the
effort to
theorem
make.
says. An artificial neural network can approximate any continuous function on a bounded input range at an arbitrary level of accuracy. Now, what does that mean? Let's put it into practice. If you approximated probabilities of tokens, words in a spoken language, you can train the network to speak that language. If you train it on probabilities of the next token in a programming language code, it will write code in that programming language. That's what artificial neural networks do. They approximate whatever you have shown it on the input, and they try to produce similar or same things as they saw during the training in their practical use later. Can you see it now? The artificial neural networks are learning the statistical patterns of a language, and then they are reproducing those patterns when used. That's what they do. But then come the consequences. First, an artificial neural network never produces that without an error. While it can approximate a function to an arbitrary level of accuracy, it's never perfect. There's always error. Second, the outputs produced by an artificial neural network always resemble the outputs it saw during training. It cannot work on things it didn't see during the training. You cannot show an artificial neural network a book, make it read it somehow, and then write software based on the principle it learned from that book. That's not artificial intelligence, that's science fiction. That doesn't exist. Third, the network only has that level of errors, which we saw during training, on the bounded input on which it was trained. Move out of that input, and the network will start.
Yeah, this is a good point, Lawrence. This is yeah, exactly. And that's how you can always tell when somebody is not being intellectually honest about large language models or AI, is because they won't acknowledge both the good and the bad of AI, which is a dead giveaway of two things. It's a dead giveaway that you have an agenda that you're trying to advance because it serves you in some way, or two, you have not worked with AI. Like you haven't coded with it, you haven't built with it, you haven't implemented features with it. It's just a dead giveaway of those two things. If people are not willing
Making
to
gross
like
mistakes. Show it words it never saw. Show
be
it
critical
syntax of a
of it
programming
to some
language that
extent.
came out after the model was trained, or show it a library it never saw during training, and the model will start hallucinating.
Good morning, Rockin' Brain. Welcome into the stream. We're taking a little break from coding this morning to take a look at a video that Bradley shared with us from Zoran, I think I'm saying his name right, talking about LLMs and just why fundamentally their architectures are problematic for ever getting to always correct or always reliable.
Big time. That's how they work. It's built into them. So how does a large language model write code? It's essentially very simple. It takes the code it sees already, it takes your prompt, and then tries to predict the next token, and the next, and the next, and the next. And so it writes an entire line or a function or a block of code, whatever you wanted it to write. But there are certain aspects of this behavior which you must understand. That code which you are passing in the prompt has never been seen during training. The artificial neural network will always operate in the interpolation mode. It will always try to recognize fragments of somebody else's code it saw during training and then produce a fragment of your code. Therefore, output will never be exact. And then comes the revelation. Is that code correct? Is that code incorrect? There is no way for the model to tell. It requires a human in the loop to see the code and to tell what is good, what is bad. If a human doesn't notice an issue, then the bug will be there. But the universal approximation theorem also tells when we can expect bugs to appear. Stable error rates within the bounded region of the inputs are expected. That's what the network was trained on. But even there, the situation is not uniform. There are regions where millions of samples exist from which the network was trained. That is where the LLM will be confident. It will write perfect code for you because it had numerous other samples which it can interpolate and produce flawless code. But if you are working on anything experimental, on advanced algorithms, anything of that kind, then the real samples in the training set are rare and the error rates will naturally grow. You cannot expect an LLM to produce anything exotic in your code with confidence. It will make many, many bugs. And of course, if you just step out of that region on which the network was trained, you can expect that the error rates will go wild. It will probably create more problems than it solves. The message from this analysis is clear. LLMs will never stop making bugs, no matter how large the model underneath is, no matter how good its architecture is, or how advanced the training algorithm was applied. What you see today is essentially the ceiling. That's what LLMs are. There won't be large improvements in LLMs anymore. That's my prediction. They will be faster, they will be more convenient, yes, but they will never become absolutely correct. They will keep adding bugs at some rate, and you will always have to be there to read all that code and to find and correct the bugs.
Yeah, I think he didn't explicitly touch on this, but I think it's an important thing to call out is that LLMs, the architecture in LLMs also have this autoregressive nature to them where they actually get worse and worse the larger the context window becomes that you're feeding in, right? Which also is kind of a fundamental fatal flaw. I think that's why the AI lead over at Facebook, what was his name? Meta AI chief leaves. Jan LeCun, that's what his name is. Jan LeCun. I think that was one of the reasons why he probably decided to depart from Meta is because he has very publicly stated that like large language models are not the way to AGI and that they have fundamental architectural flaws. Um, and I'm guessing that wasn't a very popular opinion to have in a company that needs to productize their AI. That was a very good video. Thank you, Bradley, for sharing that. That was a very good video. How do I? Good stuff. Excuse me. Good stuff. It's also why Scam Altman is con man. Yeah. Just get more compute. Throw more compute. Build data centers. Give us all the electricity. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly think as an engineer right now, you kind of have to play both sides of the fence, right? You have to be knowledgeable about AI, and you have to have awareness about it, and you have to have some familiarity with the tools. But then I also think you have to stay sharp, right? And I know that's frustrating because then it puts more work on us. But I think that's the truth, you know. I think it's the right it's or not the truth. I think that's the right strategic move, right? Let's see, var user equals await, execute async. What's always important to remember when informing yourself about AI, most of the guys that write about it are having a large amount of money invested in AI, and all of them know that AI could be a bubble. Yes, and all of them don't know where AI is going to end up. right? None of us do. And a lot of people are trying to talk with certainty about something that is inherently uncertain. Yeah. And so you just, yeah, you have to be constantly mindful of like, you got to be constantly mindful of like the source of the information and what maybe conflicts of interest that source might have. 100%. I don't need the institution here. Hey, just catching on. What exactly are you building? I'm trying to build a personal finance app. So essentially, the application just is going to kind of serve as a way for me to aggregate both the balances of my bank accounts and the transactions from those bank accounts in kind of one place for me to manage and refer to is basically what I'm building at this point. So I shouldn't need this. Should just need a user. And also, I guess I should also add in there, Abdullah. I should also add in. I'm using Plaid to connect to the bank accounts. I'm not implementing that myself. I'm using a third party service. I think that's probably a good thing to stipulate. All right, so we got our user. So we'll say with user ID, user, user.id. Why are you complaining? Type used in must implement disposable. It does. Oh, too many semicolons. All right, let's see if that passes now. Would people accept going for, say, open heart surgery via robotics that were all vibe coded? You probably just wouldn't want to tell them it was vibe coded. I think people are still reluctant to do open heart surgery with robotics. I think a lot of people still want a human in the loop. You know, there's something inherently reassuring, even though humans make mistakes. I think it's the same reason why it's going to be a long time before self-driving cars become a thing, because it's going to take a lot of effort to get people used to the idea that delegating control to something that is non-human is safe and good, right? It's going to take us as a species a long time to get comfortable with that. All right, we got an internal server error. Why do we have an internal server error? Let's do. I'm gonna open Visual Studio Code so we can debug this bad boy. Let's do links tests. Close that. Close this. Let's debug. See why this is throwing. Let's see. Unable to create link token. Okay. And why were you unable to create the link token? let's see, some local variables are not available in an exception call stack. Oh, okay. So we're going to have to set a breakpoint here. So let's go to Plaid service. We'll set a breakpoint right there. We'll debug this again. It appears I haven't done something right when creating the link token. Sucks I can't change these window sizes very well. Okay, link token response. So this says user ID is not of the expected.
Did we just become best friends?
Transpose, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. User ID is not of the expected format. So, what do you expect the format to be in? Because I just gave it the ID of the user. So let's go see. Plaid API docs. I shouldn't close Windows. Let's ask their AI. When creating a link token using the create link token endpoint, what format do you expect the user ID to be in? Oh, do I have to create a user on their let's see, if you want advanced advice on structuring your user IDs or details on user create, let me know. If your integration has started to use the new user create endpoint, Plaid will return a generated user ID for each user. You can pass that identifier as the user ID. Example, okay. It must be unique per user in your application, should not include personally identifiable information, a numeric or UUID, primary key from your user tables, etc. Minimum 1 character. Okay. Well, it seems like I should have satisfied that requirement, right? Oh, I think I'm using the wrong property. User. New. I think I need to do that. Okay, let's try this again. See, this is why I tell people to read documentation. Let's try it again. Documentation? What? Oh god, what happened? System not supported. Deserialization of types without a parameterless constructor. A singular parameterized. Oh, I've made this mistake like 3 times already now. So we have to go to response here. And we need to say private response like this. And then we need to decorate this and say this is a JSON constructor. And that actually then kind of makes this redundant. And so we'll just do this. Oops. There we go. Codatic, how are you using C#? I am using C#. I am a C# fanboy. Awesome. We created a link token. Wonderful. Let's also try this manually so we can verify. So let's do, let's see, rename. This will be create link token. And let's post to this endpoint. We have our base URL. We have institutions, and we have a link endpoint now. And we're going to have to log in. If we can refresh. Nope. Oh, we got to run the application. It would help if you gotta, if you want to make calls against an API to test it locally, you actually have to run the API. I don't know if you guys knew that. You actually, yeah. This is something that happens, you know, because you can't get responses from something that's not running. Obviously, what is this saying? Is not trusted for local. Oh, that's weird. I guess I'll gotta retrust the devcert.net, devcert, HTTP trust. .net dev certs HTTPS trust. Oh, it's a flag. .net run API. Now let's refresh. That it expired. No. Okay. So we're gonna log in again. Send. We got our access token. Let's create our link token now. Send. There's our link token. Okay, so this is what we can. So this will be nice because we can actually use this endpoint, or we can actually use this functionality to test our front end to do kind of an integration test or even an end-to-end test whenever we get to the point of having to implement the front end logic for this. So we have our create okay, that was goal number 1 of today, was to implement that endpoint. So let's go ahead and close this. Let's go back to NeoVim. Let's open LazyGit and let's do some committing here. So let's see, feature infra add create link token to Plaid service, and then we'll do feature API.
Uncle Pee-wee is telling you to drink some coffee.
You rock, Uncle Pee-wee. This is actually the last sip. I was holding out on this till I finished implementing the LinkedIn, or the link, not the LinkedIn, the link endpoint. So I need to go make another cup now. See, implement link endpoint, or implement endpoint for creating link tokens. Wonderful. Okay, and let's go ahead and merge this in. So we'll say GHPR create, feature, add, create, link token, submit, GHPR merge, rebase and merge.
Uncle Pee-wee is reminding you to hydrate.
Thank you, Uncle Pee-wee. You're always looking out for me like that. So kind of you. All right, let's check out main now. And I think the second goal for today was to try to add a spire. So let's try to do that now. So we'll do git checkout main, git pull, git checkout b. What are we doing? We're going to say feature, add aspire, git push. All right, and I've never actually Aspire-fied an application that wasn't set up with Aspire before. So we're just going to use the docs here. Let's see. Do they have a getting started? Get Aspire. Okay, install the Spire CLI. Okay, this is new. Or new to me. I think this has been around for a little bit, but new to me. So let's install the Aspire CLI. Okay, so we'll do Aspire -- version. Looky there. 13.1. We got the newest thing. Okay. VS Code extension. Do I need that? Probably not. At least right now. But good to know it's there. Okay. Create a new Aspire app. Here we go. Nope, that's not what I want. What command? Add an integration to the Aspire solution. Configure an Aspire solution. Nope, nope, nope. Deploy an Aspire. Dev containers. GitHub code spaces. Not what I'm looking for. That's the SDK. There's the templates. Let's see, build your first app. No, I don't want to start from scratch. I want to like how to add it to an existing one. Okay, so let's see. Aspire, add existing. There we go. Aspire-fy an existing app is what I'm looking for. Why add Aspire to an existing app? Because it's awesome. That's why. You don't have to convince me. I'm already convinced. Use Aspire init to add the app host. Add your applications. Configure telemetry. Yes, I want to do this. And then add integrations. I don't think I have any integrations I need to add quite yet. Run and verify. Test your application with Aspire orchestration. So we're going to do Aspire init. Aspire init. I like their CLI. I bet their CLI is using Spectre Console. How much you want to bet this is using Spectre Console under the hood? Let's see. Aspire, GitHub. Source, CLI. Go to the CS Proj. Spectre Console is such a good project. Let's see, Spectre. Yep, there it is, right there. Spectre Console. Oh, and they're using system.command line. Yeah, both of these packages are great for building CLIs in .NET. Awesome. Very cool. Well, I love it. It's a great experience. So select projects to add to the app host. I think it's just the API, right? Right? I think it's just the API. I don't think I need to add the other ones. Because this is just for management. This is just for administrative management. These are test projects. Select your existing, create a project, analyze your projects, suggest which ones to add to the orchestration. The documentation site's also very pretty. Yeah, it feels like you're only supposed to add. You're on a 24, 25-day streak. That's crazy, dude. Thanks so much for being so consistent, man. I appreciate you showing up and hanging out. Danny, good morning. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, hold on. Let me, before I test it. Aspire supports automated testing of your distributed applications. By default, the testing builder disables the dashboard, randomizes ports. Aspire's testing are designed specifically for closed box integration testing of your entire distributed application. Unlike unit tests or open box integration testing, the following diagrams how the tests are orchestrated. Okay, so this will be pretty cool. Once I get the front end in place, we can probably use this for testing. So I think the only application I need to add here is the API then. Don't think I need to add these. So let's go ahead and click enter to accept. Add service defaults reference to selected projects. Do you want to add a reference to the service defaults projects to the executable projects? Yes. The contains helper code to make it easier. I do. Yes. Let's see. Which version of Aspire do you want to use? Multiple versions of Aspire are available. If you want to use the latest stable version, choose 13.31. Okay. This is a really nice scaffolding experience. They put a lot of work into thinking about the CLI and ZX Blood Moon. Is that clean architecture? My project is kind of set up with a clean architecture approach. It's kind of a mix of like clean architecture and vertical slice because I built 3 separate projects in sort of a clean architecture approach. But then within each of those projects, I kind of have things organized according to kind of like the features that they relate to. So it's sort of a hodgepodge mix mash. Okay, so we've got our Aspire projects now. So let's go and see what it added for us. So let's do NeoVim. Let's see what it added. Okay, so first and foremost, it put the projects in the wrong place. So I need to move those. But it looks like it added an app host. And it added the service defaults. Which is nice. It added standard resilience handler, that's great. Added the service discovery, wonderful. We've got open telemetry already configured, that's great. I don't think I need to uncomment that. I don't need that comment in there. Adds a health check. See, adding health checks endpoints to applications in non-development environments has security implications. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we've got a little bit of work to do. So I wonder, how hard is this to move? It shouldn't be too hard, right? Now I'm kind of, is there a way to, like, can I revert all that stuff and then, let's see, aspire. Let's do aspire init dash dash help. Oh, we gotta, I think we have to reload this. This is an old session. Toggle focus mode. Let's close that. Start a new one. Rename this to terminal. Set up focus mode. CD into physical OS. Let's do aspire init help. The NuGet source to use for the project templates, the version, channel to use for daily templates. Okay, so there's nowhere to specify where it should land. So we're just going to have to move these things manually. So we basically want to take the app host and we want to put all of this in the source directory. So does it build successfully right now? Let's see. .NET build. Oh, this is because it's applying analyzer rules. Let's see. I guess let's go through and fix that stuff. Well, first, hold on. Let's fix all the formatting. Let's just do .NET format so it stops complaining about all the formatting. Justin, remember that C# convex stuff we chatted about way back when? I do, Justin. Also, good to see you. Do you have an exciting update for me? Is there something coming? Or have you been working on something? Not my library? What? So let's do service defaults extensions. Let's see. Uncomment the following to restrict allowed schemes to service discovery. I don't think I want to do that. Oh, actually, maybe I do. No, I'm good. I tested with Maui app though, works perfect. I pasted a link. I don't think it went through. Oh, will you maybe try pasting in Discord? Convex C#, or maybe just the name of it, and I can Google it or look it up on NuGet. NuGet.org. Convex. Is this it? Convex client. An IRC library offering. What's the Discord link? Here you go. !Discord. There you go. Zach Stam. Okay, yeah, this one. Convex client. What? Ah, dude, I can't believe this guy did it. I'm kind of jealous because I wish I would have done it. So how did he do it? That's the question. So he took a dependency on BetterAuth and a dependency on Convex.js. Okay. The .NET SDK for context build real-time reactive applications with live data subscriptions. Yeah, how did he do this? Working at a large company, I built internal software consisting of 3 front ends and 1 back end. 2 of the front ends were created with Go.C#. Maintaining a separate back end alongside multiple front ends became increasingly complex. Eliminate the back end entirely and only maintain the front ends. With Convex as a back end. Yeah, Convex as a back end's fucking awesome. Let's see. Create your Convex backend. So write your backend functions in TypeScript. Oh, so you still author in oh, okay. So you still author in TypeScript. Deploy your backend. Okay. This starts Convex deployment server and syncs your functions names. The source generator automatically creates type-safe C# code from your Convex backend. Dude, this is baller. For non-standard locations, set the Convex backend path. For a generator, will automatically include all .ts files. So he's using source generation. Build your project. The generator creates C# constants from your TypeScript functions. Okay. Note functions match file paths. Generated code overview. The generator creates several types of files based on your configuration. C# classes for each table in your schema.ts. Timestamp auto detection fields. Type IDs. He set up DI support. Okay, and then connect and subscribe. So how do you connect? Okay, this is how did he do this? Use Builder for advanced configuration. So you say new Convex client pointed at your deployment. Client.observe. This is so cool.
My computer always makes a boop sound when it switches on, and the thing continues for all the time it's on.
Dude, that's so baller. Also, I'm sorry that your computer makes such a weird noise when you started, Uncle P. He and I have the exact same problem, and yeah, TS is slightly annoying, but it's an alpha, and I'm sure others are working on the native C. Well, the thing is, too, is like, if you think about it, for Convex, like, Convex looks at these as like stored procedures, right? So in reality, since their backend basically handles everything in TypeScript, it kind of makes sense to still author this part of the code in TypeScript, right? So that I can get over, but that is really cool. So you could technically now author a Blazor application as the front end to Convex. That is really, really cool. I'm going to have to give this a try. I'm going to have to come up with some project to use this for. That's awesome, Justin. Thank you so much for sharing that. We're going to have to star this. We're going to have to star this, and we're going to have to also follow this Zaxxam guy. Dude's baller. Baller. Let's see. Also, I don't know if you're looking, but my team is hiring C# dev. I can ping in Discord if you're interested in hearing more. Of course, yeah. I would love to hear more, man. For sure, reach out to me. You can reach out to me on Discord or LinkedIn. I'm always open to talking about that kind of stuff. I applied for Discord. Yeah, let me let you in. How about that? Discord members pending. You are in. Yeah, that makes me very excited, though. Very excited to be able to work with that. That'll be a ton of fun. Ton of fun. Nice try, Uncle Pee Wee. Nice try. I'm not falling for it. Sent you. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Justin. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, that made my day. I haven't had a good excuse to work with convex in a while, but that's a wonderful excuse. You know what I mean? That's a wonderful excuse. Let's see. Yep, I have a Maui, Windows, Android, iOS, and a Blazor web app all connected. Well, that's a perfect solution for you. That's exactly the same, solving the same problem. There's just so much there's so many things that Convex takes care of you out of the box that like it's super value add. Super value add. Let's see. Sorry, I stuck at Discord. Can you ping me? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I can do that. I'll follow up with you. For sure. What's this complaining about? Let's see. Has a method overload that takes string comparison dot variant dot ignore case. What else are we upset about here? In externally invisible method, validate parameter. Okay. I think that's all the housekeeping we have to do over here. A little formatting. A little formatting never hurt anybody. Have you met Uncle Pee Wee? Don't try to trick me, okay? I know what you're doing. I'm not gonna fall for it. I actually prefer it like this. I also prefer doing an explicit is false. Is false. Okay. I think that's all the cleanup we had to do there. Oh my goodness. This is where I need to learn Vim macros. Save me some time here. And it would also help if I could spell. Okay, we got that. Now let's go to the app host. Do we need to do any cleanup here? Nope. Try to build again. Or we'll do .NET format. Best chair recommendations around $200. I have none. Because the chairs that I want cost like $1,000. I either want the Hawthorne Fern. There's a chair called the Fern that's made by a company named Hawthorne, or I want the Embody from Erman Miller. And both those chairs are like $1,000, and I cannot bring myself to spend $1,000 on a chair. But I also don't want to spend $200 on a cheaper chair. I'd rather just spend all the money on the really nice chair. So I'm kind of in this catch-22. But maybe someone in chat has some recommendations for chairs. Anybody have a $200 chair recommendation they want to share? $200 or less, I guess. You know, plus or minus. Let's say $200 plus or minus $50 or something. Okay, .NET build. And then we need to move the projects. I want Embody, so I do too. No, I'm in need of a good chair. Yeah, I'm in need of a good chair too. I have a bunch of coworkers that have really nice chairs, and I've been saying for like the last 5 years I'm gonna invest in a chair, and then I never do. And I mean, what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? All right, let's move. We got to move some stuff. Actually, let's just do this with the command line. So we'll say, please move physical OS app host into source. Oh, I have it open over here. Why can't you move it? Just because I have it open in NeoVim? What the heck? Who's using it? Task manager. .NET. I guess maybe one of these guys are using it. So cannot create. Oh, I should have read that error. I wasn't reading that error. So I want to move it into physical OS .app host. Let's see. Copilot P PowerShell move contents of directory to another directory as nested directory. You're strong as fuck for building .NET stuff outside of VS. I'm so spoiled with it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm strong. I don't know if I'm strong as fuck or just dumb as fuck. Because it's making it more difficult than it needs to be. Let's see. Create move directory as nested directory. Oh, can I can use a glob. I didn't know if I could use a glob. That was the thing I didn't know if I could do. Let's see. LS source physical OS. Oh, hold on. Did it work? I think it worked. That's why I was so confused. So remove source, physical OS, remove everything. Remove it all. Okay. And then move this again. How is that possible? I am so confused. I think we get discounts on Steelcase, but I can't justify the price and what you got. Whoa, Steelcase, huh? Discounts on Steelcase shares? Hook me up. Okay, why does that keep getting... If I delete this... Huh. I don't know why that was so hard to do on the command line. Sometimes GUIs win, man. Sometimes GUIs win. Let's see. The project file could not be found. The project file could not be found. Project file could not be found. Okay. So we need to update the paths. The paths. Wait, Steven, what are you working on? LO, I came in like an excited puppy and didn't ask. Yeah, I'm working on a personal finance app, Justin. It's basically an app that talks to the Plaid API and just allows me to connect bank accounts and get transaction data for those bank accounts just in one single place. Let's see. So that's the app host. So these are now in source. These are now in source. Okay, now we need to fix these in. Let's see, the project file, admin CLI app host. Did I delete something I shouldn't have deleted accidentally? I think I just I think I deleted one of my projects accidentally. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I deleted an entire project. Oh goodness gracious. No. Damn it. Will AI replace data domain jobs? I don't know, AlGP Yanni. I don't think AI will necessarily replace jobs. I mean, it's going to replace some jobs because businesses are just going to need to justify their investment in AI tools, and the easiest way to do that is to cut jobs instead of innovating. But I do think it's going to change the way a lot of jobs work. For sure, it's going to change the way a lot of jobs work, for sure. What did it say? Steven, you can follow this and restore it super easy. Hold on, I don't know if I want to click that link. I'm suspicious of links. Let's see, source control. I need to reclaim all this. Hold on, I'm just gonna do this in a GUI so that I don't fuck it up even worse than I've already fucked it up. Let's see, discard, restore. I can't believe I wiped out a whole. This is the danger of the command line. And also, it's the danger of not paying attention. Okay. Now let's try to build. Which won't have an effect? DE, DS, or DA? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Yaney. Yeah, RM-RF, the root. Game over, bro. Game over. Okay, somebody's looking for physical OS app host dot app host and saying it doesn't exist, but I'm pretty sure it does exist. I'm pretty sure it does exist. Okay, it doesn't exist. Wait, why doesn't it exist? Did I delete it? What was I doing? I deleted the app host. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, Steven, what are you doing? I completely fumbled this. I fumbled this is what I've done. Okay, we're gonna have to re-aspirify the app because I completely screwed it up. Also though, why? Okay, I've completely screwed up my source control. Hold on, I gotta focus for a second to get this reset, to get this fixed. Do history to see what commands you did. No, I know exactly what I did. So I have commits that I should have put on a different branch. I have uncommitted changes that should be on a different branch. Let's see. This, get rid of this. we're just gonna reset everything. This should be, delete that. Delete this. We're just gonna pretend like you never existed. Reset this guy. Okay, so we're gonna get, hold on, we're gonna get checkout, Steven Freeborn. Let's see, get switch to branch, get status, get add, get commit, feature, infra, modeling for. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I didn't screw up anything. No, I screwed up some stuff, but I didn't screw up as much as I thought I did. So what am I on? What am I on here? I'm on add create link token. I don't need to be on. I need to be on check out this. Whoops. Check out this. So those all got changed because I ran .NET format is why they all got changed. Okay. So let's see, get add get commit chore run .NET format. Push that up there. Okay, this should still build now because I got rid of all the Aspire stuff. Okay, now we're gonna re-aspire everything.
I'd like to say something.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Cache. Cache who? Bless you. Have you tried clearing your cache?
That's always the answer, don't you know? When something goes wrong, clear your cache. Models would have to be fine-tuned and still validated post-training, etc., even if they still get it wrong. That video would help with branch items. Okay, I will click on the link off stream. Steven needs the 2K lawn chair to relax. I would take a 2K lawn chair. That sounds wonderful. Someone clip him deleting everything. Yeah, I deleted everything. All right, we're gonna redo this one. So we're gonna do aspire init. We're gonna add the API project. That's the only one we need to add. Add to all previously added projects. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now we're gonna do explorer dot. And we're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. The destination has five files. Replace files. Yeah, replace files. So we have app host now. And we have service defaults. Okay. So now if we try to build, we're going to have a bunch of errors, but that's fine because we can fix those. .NET build. Okay. We can fix this. We can fix this. Have no fear. Do you guys like my self-affirmations? Have no fear. You can fix this. You can do this. I have to reassure myself. Positive self-talk. Let's see. Where's the solution file? There's the solution file. Let's see, this is now source. Source. Okay. .NET build. We need to update the solution for central package management. I love healthy self-talk. Yeah, I can do it. There's actually a really good clip on TikTok going around of one of the Olympic female snowboarders. Like right before her run, you can see her like take some like really big breaths, and then you can see her mouth like the words "I can do this" to herself. And I thought, what a good example to set for other athletes. Like, just an awesome way to use, you know, the power of self-affirmation and breathing. What's up, Abdullah? Good to see you. Yeah, it is beautiful. Yeah, it was really beautiful. It was a really good way to show that, like, even, you know, I mean, everyone gets nervous, right? And you just have to learn techniques to help yourself deal with those nerves. So we're going to do... We basically have to move all these to the central package management. So we have to do this. And we have to say packages. And then we have to change this to be package reference. So let's see if I can remember a little bit of regex in NeoVim. Package reference. And we're going to change that to package version. Nice. I did it. I did it. And then we'll come back here. And we are just going to remove, let's see. Let's see if I can do this again. We're going to go version, %S, version, equals quote star quote. Whoops. What is it? Star plus? Do I have to escape? No. How do I get everything between the parens? Can't I do like one or more times? There we go. I was like, God, what? How do I not know how to do that? And then just delete it. Nice. Okay, and then we've got some analyzer warnings here. The reference project does not exist. The reference, okay, so we can fix these. These are all things we have to fix up because I moved the project. Let's go here. Just need to go up one directory now. .NET build. Yeah, so often positive self-talk is labeled corny or whatever, but it's pivotal, especially for parents, in my opinion. As a father, it's important to imit. Oh yeah, yes, definitely. The behavior I want me out of mirror. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. As parents, like that's the best piece of parenting advice I think I've ever heard or ever gotten was like, uh, be the kind of person you want your child to be, you know, or like for my sons, be the type of man that I would want my sons to become. That's a way better strategy to raising your kids than just running around all the time telling them what to do. Couldn't agree more. Okay, so we're gonna rename this service defaults extensions, and then we're gonna rename the class, and then this needs to also be renamed LSP restart omni sharp. All I know about regex is the Primogen saying it's always regex with exploits. Why does that ring so true? It's always DNS when stuff is down. Yeah, it's always DNS. Always DNS. Steven is an epic dad. I don't know if I'm an epic dad. Good morning, Cyberlanka. I don't know if I'm an epic dad, but I try very hard to be a good dad. See you, Justin. Bye. Have a good day, man. I'll ping you on Discord. For sure. Blackfire, true. It is true. Always. Always. Let's see. Format. I'm going to add a space here. We're going to move these to a global using file. Usings.cs. Global. I abuse this global using feature way too much, but I like the fact that I don't have a bunch of using statements at the top of all my files. That's why I use it. I find a bunch of usings at the top of a file very annoying. Same thing in JavaScript when you have a crap ton of import statements at the very top of your file. It's just distracting, in my opinion. Okay, and then these guys aren't happy because they don't have the string comparison. String comparison. We're going to do an explicit comparison. Go back to the front of the line. we're going to put the and on the same line as the first condition, put the second condition on the second line, get rid of the bang operator, remove the comment, format this. Delete that comment, put this back where it was. Whoops. Let's see, 2. That. They want me to switch over to a lambda syntax. That's fine. Switch this to a lambda too. New line. Put this one on a new line. Reduce the indentation by a level. Jump down here. We don't need Azure Monitor. We're not deploying anywhere near Azure. Let's see, health check. Delete that comment. De-indent that line. Make this static. Get rid of this. Make sure we do an argument null ref check on the app. It's a static. Wonderful. And then now what we can do is in our API, we can come in here and say, we should be able to say builder.services.add default service. What is it? Add default health checks. Configure OpenTelemetry. Also, I'm going to put all these public methods up at the top. Okay, so we need to add all of those methods. So we need to say add service defaults. That. I don't know why it's not picking up on that. I wonder if it just needs to be built, maybe. For LSP restart OmniSharp, maybe. I do know we need to add to the app host the API project, though. So we have to say builder.add project. We should be able to say, what is it? Where are the Spire docs? They're right here. Coders in 2030 be like, watch the vid. What's the time over there? Right now it's 7:55 a.m. I actually need to probably wrap up here in a little bit because I got to take the kids to get their haircuts. You know, Steven, a lot of people make patrons, but I heard people also make more revenue off of OnlyFans. People make a lot of money on OnlyFans, and I do not fault them. I mean, you can stream whatever you want to it. Yeah, this is true. Oh, hey, you're still streaming? I am still streaming. Worry, hi, what are we building? We are building a personal finance app. That's what we're building right now. But right now, I'm not really building any features. I'm trying to add Aspire, which is a pretty cool development tool chain to help make your life a little bit easier as a developer. If you're building kind of a distributed application. And when I say distributed application, basically a distributed application is if you have a separate front end and a separate back end and a separate database, you basically have a distributed app, right? So it's helpful in even the smallest of projects. So that's what we're adding right now is Aspire support. Okay, so we did the Aspire support. Now we need to add applications to the host. So I need to do this. This is going to be Physical OS API. And I'm actually going to do name of like that. So it does have a health endpoint. Now, where are the service defaults referenced? They should be available here in Program CS. I don't need any of that. Okay, during the Aspire, you may have prompted to add, if you chose not to do it initially, you can add it later. Update your program to add service defaults, add map default endpoints. Okay, do app.map default endpoints. There we go. And then we'll also do, I think it was builder dot add service defaults. Cool. Now to get OpenTelemetry logging, what do I have? I have to set something, don't I? Configuration OTLP exporter. So is that, I think that is set in the app host project, isn't it? Or maybe it sets it automatically. OTLP exporter. I think that'll work. Okay. So now we have everything wired up. I think we should be able to run it now. Let's make sure it all still builds. .NET build. Can Twitch have the soundboard point redeemer? What's that, Uncle Pee-wee? I want to know, what is the project you're working on? It is a personal finance app. Yeah. What Uncle Pee-wee put in chat? Oh, you can't see what Uncle Pee-wee put in chat because you're... Well, I guess you can see it on the screen, but if you type "what bro doing" in the chat, it'll give you a little synopsis. There you go. Okay, stuff still not building. The reference project does not exist. The project file was not found. App host failed with one error and one warning. The reference project ... source does not. Oh, that's because the app host is looking in the wrong place. What are you making? Jules, are you trying to play me? Okay, now who's angry? This is physical S infra. The project file source, physical OS. Oh, because they're right next to each other, right? Okay. They're right next to each other, so it should be like that. .NET build. Woohoo! Everyone's happy now. So let's try to run Aspire now. So we should, after all this stuff is added, we should be able to run and verify. Aspire run. So we'll do Aspire run. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. I don't know. Oh no, it didn't work. Let's see. What didn't work? An error occurred while connecting to the app host. The host possibly crashed because it was available before it was available. App host process has an accident unexpectedly. Resource name physical OS is invalid. You must contain only ASCII letters, digits, and hyphens. Ew, okay. So I guess this won't work. So we'll just do good old API. We are slowly getting people applying for the software engineering 1 role. Nice. Are you guys gonna put them through like a intense AI native interview process? Don't you get back pain from sitting so much? Joybuy has a sitting chair for $65. I don't really have back pain, but I do get uncomfortable sitting for a long time. Let's see. There is malformed JSON in the project's launch settings file. No. Malformed JSON. Where's the malformed JSON at? Profiles. There's something that's malformed in profiles. This doesn't look malformed to me. Oops. Add. I don't see anything. That's weird. No, I just want Python or some Java work. It's close enough to Cold Fusion. Oh, nice. Well, as long as you're not going to pull a AI intense interview on them. The JSON object contains a trailing comma at the end, which is not supported in this mode. Okay, so where's the trailing comma? I do not see a trailing comma. Do you guys see a trailing comma? Let's see. Let's ask Gemini, because I don't see what it's complaining about. Is there something in this JSON that is invalid? Because I don't see it. Let's see. This is the error I'm getting. Something about trailing comma. I think I'm looking in the right place, aren't I? Repositories. Oh, I'm not looking in the right place. Whoopsies. Sorry, guys. Don't come for me. No. I swear. It would help if I read. Oh, so we're starting the dashboard. Let's go. Okay. So dashboard's here. So let's go ahead and navigate to the dashboard. This is like the best. This, to me, this makes Aspire worth every bit of setup that's involved, which there's really not much setup. So you can see I have this nice little dashboard. It shows me all my resources here. Yep. Right? Cool. Right? Is that cool? That's cool, right? You can see all your environment variables that are set for the application. Okay. You can see structured logs. Right? Very, very cool. Don't tell me this is not cool, because this is cool. And the best part about this experience is this doesn't just apply if you're a C# developer. You can have the same experience if you're a Python developer, a JavaScript developer, whatever polyglot type of distributed application you're building, you can use Aspire to do this stuff. And you can have a really nice local dev setup. So in the future, I'm eventually going to have a front end here. That'll be my web resource. And then if I wanted to have a distributed database and not use SQLite anymore, I could have that managed here in Aspire. If I want to add Redis for caching, I can add that here. And you can see it, your resources in a graph view. They just added this a couple releases ago. So if you have like a bunch of different...
Did we just become best friends?
Did someone just subscribe? Oh, sorry, I can't pronounce your name, but thank you for the subscription. Did your grandma say anything as well? Maybe drop it in the chat. We'd all like to hear. What else did your dad say? I don't know what you're talking about, Jules. I'm lost. That was cool. Yeah, it's very cool. So now the best part, though, is you get OpenTelemetry tracing out of the box. So if I was to go and make a request, let's say to log in, right? I should see some automated traces. Pretty cool, huh? And then let's actually do another one that talks to the Plaid API. So let's get some institutions here. Okay. And then now we should have another trace. It'll show up here in a little bit. I'm hoping. We should see some traces for that at some point. There we go. So this is a more complex trace. So we can see the top level trace, right, is our institutions. And then we're actually making a post request to the Sandbox Plaid API endpoint here to get the list of accounts. Right? And then the wonderful thing is now that we have OpenTelemetry support, we can add whatever custom tracing information we want to this application. Like if we want to have very specific tracing around particular method calls or particular operations, we can create spans around them as well. And then we have a whole ton of metrics that we can look at. that are just come out of the box because we added support for them when we called all those service default methods. So we can see like GC collections. You can see all kinds of visualizations and stuff. This dashboard, this Aspire experience, whatever. It's going to eat the world eventually. More and more people are going to come around to this. But for right now, all of us in the .NET community get to be kind of in the know before everybody else. But hopefully that changes. Somehow I think this looks better than the Azure dashboard. Yeah, it's a pretty great front end that they built for the dashboard. A lot of people want to use it in production, but they didn't really design it to be used for production scenarios. It's more of just for local development, and then you're supposed to use like grown-up big boy tools when you get deployed, like, you know, use Grafana for your OTel data or Seek for your logs. But for local stuff, it's kick-ass. It's kick-ass. There's tons of stuff you can do. You can restart applications in here. You can stop applications in here. You can add containers. There's so much to it. And so if you're interested, if this piques your interest in it at all, I'm just going to link to this in the chat. I'm going to continue using it as I develop this application. But if this piques your interest at all, regardless of your language or tech stack, you should take a peek at Aspire. There you go. Moham, I feel like .NET is full of old devs. Yeah, I think it's got kind of a bad legacy reputation to it, but they're doing a lot of work to try to change that, you know, hopefully through some of my content, I can inspire some folks to give .NET a try or an honest look. All right, get status. Let's do a quick .NET format real quick. Hello, Steven. It's good to see you live. Well, hello. Good to see you too, Kyle. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. All right, I think I'm going to merge this and then call it a morning. This was a productive morning. We Aspire-fied our app, and we implemented a new endpoint. It's been a good stream. But it is still common in the job market, especially for govs. Oh, for sure. I think .NET's very common in the job market, especially for enterprise application or enterprise settings. It just kind of has an old stuffy legacy to it, but I think slowly over time that's slowly changing. I don't know if I'm supposed to commit this. I guess I'll commit it. Let's just do feature Aspire-fi. That was a really, really nice setup experience.
I'd like to say something.
What did the .NET developer name their boat? Object.
That sounds like what a JavaScript developer should have named their boat. Kyle, I'm doing quite good. I have been doing some practice for my Microsoft interviews this week. Congratulations, dude, on getting an interview. I hope you kill the interview. What would you say got to become such a proficient dev? Open question also for the chat. There's probably a ton of people in the chat who could give much better answers to this. But my simple answer for trying to get better at being a developer is just to spend a lot of time with your fingers on the keyboard building stuff. I'm sure there's more sophisticated answers to it than that, but that's my approach. What terminal is that? This is a PowerShell. It's Windows Terminal, and I'm running PowerShell in Windows Terminal. Also, good morning, Ryan. Good to see you. GHPR merge. Rebase. Don't delete it. Submit. Git checkout main. And Aspire run. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good, bro. Yeah. Okay, I'm really, really excited to come back and get the front end added. So I think we are at now. I think we are at the point now where we sort of need to make a decision on what the front end tech stack is going to be. Oh, look at that beautiful reconnection. So nice. Because they're using. I think this is a Blazor. I think this is a Blazor server app. So nice. So part of me, because we're using, part of me wants to use Blazor server, just keep it all in the .NET C# family. But part of me wants to show off using some sort of JavaScript framework with Aspire to have a separate front end. And part of me wants to try one of the new front end frameworks like Svelte Kit or Solid Start. Yeah, Steven is switching to Hannah Montana Linux when he gets a new PC. Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Uncle Pee-wee. Let's see. Also, if you can make a simple video about your PowerShell setup, yeah, I can definitely do that. But there is kind of a video that already goes over my PowerShell setup because I kind of stole my PowerShell, a big part of my PowerShell setup from Scott Hanselman. So Scott Hanselman has like a 1 hour long video where he takes you from like a plain old Windows terminal to like a kick-ass PowerShell setup. Let me see if I can find the video. But I'd be happy to make one kind of about mine. Mine has evolved a little bit over time. Let's see, create post. No, not create post. Share. Copy. Moham. Let's see. For sure, but in the meantime, might enjoy this. There you go. Getting better for me was dealing with the same bugs I saw day in and day out. I got tired of it, fixed it myself. Now I'm an SWE. That's killer, dude. That's your origin story, Uncle Pee-wee? That's killer. I love that origin story. I had no idea. I don't think we ever talked about kind of how you ended up doing development work. So that's very cool. I feel like that's a lot of where people, like, even if you didn't get your start in software engineering formally, that's probably how you got involved in programming or coding, was like you were kind of curious and you're like, well, how do I build that for myself? Or how do I fix that for myself, right? All right, chat. Well, this was a fun morning. This was a good Sunday. When you come back tomorrow, I might have a front end stood up.
I'd like to say something.
Apparently, there are Rust projects to integrate with .NET Core. I'm still just learning Rust, but might give that a look.
That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. Yeah. That's very cool. That's what she said. Uncle Pee-wee. Uncle Pee-wee. You joker. All right, chat. Well, successful stream, but it's time to put away the YouTube life and go live the real life now. If you're new here and you want to come back and hang out with me in chat in the future, I'm normally live every morning.
Uncle Pee-wee is telling you to drink some coffee.
Yes, sir, Uncle Pee-wee. Yes, sir. Okay, so if you're new here and you want to come back and hang out on live with us, I am live almost every morning from 4:15 a.m. to 7 a.m. Central Standard Time on YouTube and Twitch. You're welcome to pick where you hang out. I'm fine with either. Twitch is a horizontal format, YouTube is a vertical format. I try to keep all the coding context in the same vertical pane, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. But some people prefer the Twitch experience. Twitch does have the one thing Twitch does have is Twitch has text to speech for free because you can earn channel points over there and then do text to speech. So they do have a better Twitch has better engagement tools. So you might want to hang out on Twitch for that reason. If you want to hang out outside of the stream, you can come to join our Discord. You can go to discord.stephenfreeborn.com, and that's where you'll find us when we're not live here on stream. If you want to chat outside of stream. In Hatin, would you recommend Mino for noobs? I do not know what Mino is. Do not know what that is. Let me Google that real quick. See you, Ducky Boy. Have a good day, man. I guess I should say Duck Boy, not Ducky Boy. Mino. I don't know what Mino is. So I don't know if I'd recommend that. Because I don't know what it is. Oh, Mimo. Yes, okay. Now I know what you're saying. Sorry, not Mino. I saw you posted a correction. Mimo. So I have used Mimo. Mimo was how I started learning how to code in Python. I would just use that app when I was out and about doing stuff on my phone. That's initially how I started to learn how to write Python code. So yeah, no shame on that. I think it does cost money though, doesn't it? After a certain point in time. Let's see. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about this thing. It's a mobile app. So you can like literally learn to code on your phone, and it's got a pretty good interactive editor, and obviously it's not the same as like using a computer, but yeah, I used this to start learning how to write Python way back when 2021, 2022, something like that. But it looks like they have a bunch of career paths now on here, a bunch of different courses. So I think I would recommend this. In Hatin, I would recommend it. Let's see. Am I off tomorrow? I don't think so. I think I have work. My wife and kids are off though, but I'm pretty sure I have to work. I should probably know that. In Hatin, thank you. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I hope you enjoy it. If that's where you end up. I also in Hatin. I don't know what your like hardware setups like. Is I always to recommend people check out Free Camp. So if you'd be interested, this is a good website too for beginners. freecodecamp.org. I like to rep those guys. I owe a lot of my knowledge and abilities to them, so I always try to give them a shout out. All right, chat. I'm out of here. The app taught me how to code. Oh, very cool. Well, look at there. We've got some other Mimo users. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Bye, Blackfire. Black in Hatin. Bye, Voltaire's Puppet. Bye, Blackfire. Bye, Amanian. Bye, Uncle Pee-wee. Who else is still here? Is that everybody? I think it's everybody. All right. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye. See you guys.